I have Larry Barnett do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Great. City Clerk Rebecca Barr, can we get a roll call?
Sure. At this point, Councilmember Henley or Vice Mayor Henley has not arrived. Councilmember Harrington.
Present.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Mayor Harvey.
Present.
Thank you.
I should state, Councilmember Henley has a work commitment today. Should be arriving later. We're expecting? No? Okay.
No, she has a work commitment this evening and is not able to attend and sends her regrets.
All right. Great. So we're moving on. We have no report on closed session because we have no closed session. So we'll move to the approve of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote. City Clerk?
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
All right. Meeting dedications. Do we have any meeting dedications? No? All right. I don't have my public comment in here. So I'll open the floor for public comment. At this time, we'll have anybody who, any member of the public may comment on an item not appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your item to 3 minutes or less. When acknowledged by the mayor, please rise and state your name. Just to be clear, these are for items that are not on the current agenda. So if you're here to comment on something that is on the agenda, wait until that appropriate time. And anything that you bring up to us cannot be acted upon by the council. So go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Ken Brown, 1396 Lubeck Street in the beautiful city of Sonoma. I just want to compliment staff and Mayor Harvey. The treasure artist reception was glorious. Well deserved, but you did a really good job, and I thank you. Cell towers coming on your agenda soon. This is a very interesting topic, certainly for me. I'm working my way through the cannabis application form. Thank God I have a lot of help, and I'm familiar with forms, but city staff has been gracious. And I'm sorry I don't see Mr. Storer here this evening. I live, work, raise a family here in Sonoma. And Sonoma is the best place, in my opinion, in the world to do those things. It's also the place to open a cannabis dispensary for patients and the public in need. I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anyone else rising for public comment?
Mayor Harvey and City Council and City Staff, Fred Allebach at 19550 8th Street East. And I'm making a comment to make a suggestion about the city's Housing Trust Fund. I'm doing an update on the Sonoma Valley Fund's Hidden in Plain Sight study for the Sun, and I had a chance to chat with Catherine Fulton, and I'm like, well, why don't these guys just donate some money and get it done? Well, she said, it's not that simple. You have to have a program organized. You have to have something that the donors feel comfortable to give their money to. And so I think that if the city's housing trust fund had a couple sub-shares and organized programs so that donors could feel comfortable that their money would be dedicated to a specific purpose and that it wouldn't be, squandered on staff time or this or that this is what it would be. And so then they would know that that's what it was. And I would suggest that the city make a sub-share for buying land and giving it to a nonprofit developer, just like happened with the Saha project down on Broadway. I think the county and the city cooperated on that. So I think that would be a great way to make the highest impact on affordable housing would be to have a sub-share for buying land and then giving it to a nonprofit developer, and then having donors be able to see that this is exactly what the money's going to go for and that's what they could donate for. Have that be organized, set up, And then you could advertise it, or people could talk about it, or people could suggest it to their friends who maybe had a spare $1 million that they wanted to donate to the trust fund. So that's my suggestion, and I think that would be a good idea. Thanks.
Anyone else rising for public comment?
Hi, my name is Maggie Murray. Do I have to say my street? Or I
Can
live on
you?
Park Avenue. That's
Yeah, there you go.
But I wanted to bring up this isn't about the homeless, but the parks in the city with maybe getting some coverage for the top of the play structures. It gets very hot. And then there's nothing to cover it when it rains, and it gets very wet as well. So they're pretty much unusable. There's Hornets that are in the Depot Park just across the street over there, and the kids can't use that in the summer. Again, it's very hot too. A lot of the equipment is very dirty and dusty, and it seems like everything's very outdated. If you go to parks in vicinity like Petaluma or around even Santa Rosa, they have really nice facilities with like musical instruments and everything. So I don't know exactly where to go from here, but I was told by Mayor Harvey that I should just bring it up. So I'd be more than willing, and I have moms that would love to help in any way that we can. So yeah, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Bill Hutchinson, 5th Street East, and kind of a follow-up on, I don't know your name, but your comments. A month ago or so, Habitat for Humanity had to bail out on their hoped-for project on the south side of Napa Road, a 6.5-acre lot that funding and also the city's urban growth boundary language frustrated. About the only folks that could do anything about that in order to build housing there are the people I'm talking to right now, you folks. By annexing that lot, either putting buying it or putting an option to buy it on that, and then inviting nonprofits to come in and develop that for any combination of affordable housing, homeless housing, what have you. That's an opportunity. It's just a low-hanging fruit, ready to be picked. It can be done. I happen to live on that block, and I am ready, and I've already talked to my neighbors. There's a lot of YIMBY attitude on that block for yes, that's something that can be done. It's a perfect place to do it. We have a monumental housing problem in this town, in the whole state. That's an opportunity to do something about it. I hope you do.
Anyone else rising for public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council and close public comment. All right, we'll move on to presentations. Item 3.1, a presentation by Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue Authority, including the 2018 annual report, updates on fire fees, fire service, and municipal service review. City Manager.
Yeah, my pleasure to introduce Chief Aker, who is the fire chief, of the Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue Authority, representing both ourselves and a corporate area in Glen Ellen. And so I'll turn it to Chief Aker to provide an overview and update to the council and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, council, city staff, community here and at home. It's my pleasure to be here, my honor to be here and report out on Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue's annual report. Before I do that, though, I just want to take a brief moment to acknowledge Captain Raymond Figueroa and firefighter Patrick Jones of the Porterville Fire Department, who gave the ultimate sacrifice yesterday, protecting their community from a very large downtown fire, 35 and 25 years old. Very tragic, poignant reminder of the hazards that a lot of public servants face every single day. So thank you for allowing me that. So our annual report, so this does feel a little bit behind. We are presenting our annual report. It will be brief, but for calendar year 2018, we had every plan and intention to get this to the council and community late summer, early fall, but as we all know, we faced a lot of challenges with the public safety power shutdowns as well as the Kincaid fire, and so here we are.
Busy year.
Yes, busy year, very busy year. So here we are, a little bit late, but hopefully better late than never. Okay, so as the city manager mentioned, Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue Authority, we provide service here to the city of Sonoma, the Valley of the Moon Fire District, Glen Ellen Fire District, and under contract to both the Sonoma Developmental Center as well as the Mayacamas Volunteer Fire Department service areas. In 2018, we had 46 full-time employees. As council's aware, we received a SAFER grant to add additional staffing to our engines, and we also added the SDC staffing, so we're now up to 60 full-time employees in the fire department. Just some additional facts. We cover nearly 60 square miles and a population of almost 50,000 within our service area. And there's a map of our service area that I just described. Next, we'll go into briefly some of our calls for service. So in 2018, you can see before you the run summary, which shows our incidents by alarm type. Not surprisingly, this is a trend throughout the fire service. Our emergency medical service calls are by far our most common and prevalent call, 66%. Service calls are also a big percentage, 32%. And while not a significant percent, when they do happen, they're obviously very big. Our fire incidents are at about 2%. We have seen over the last 5 years an overall increase of 22% in our call volume and demands for service. We also have a note here. We have Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue. We not only provide fire and first responder EMS, but we provide the ambulance transport. And one of the things that we're able to do that's very unique here within Sonoma County is when both of our ambulances are out on emergency calls, we're able to upstaff additional ambulances and provide that higher level of service more quickly to our community. And we do that almost every other day. Next, response types for EMS incidents. We transported almost 3,500 people to the hospitals in 2018. So about 10 community members a day get our ambulance service to the hospitals. We're very fortunate, as we know, as a community to have Sonoma Valley Hospital here. That gets most of our community members to definitive care in a much quicker manner. And it also is a quicker turnaround time for our ambulances to get back into service to be available to continue to serve the community. Next is a breakdown of our calls based on service area. So you can see that almost 50% of our calls are generated here within the city. And then next biggest portions are Agua Caliente and El Verano, and then Glen Ellen and Shell Vista. So this is fire and EMS calls for service. Next, training. The reason I wanted to highlight this is if you'll remember back at the very tail end of 2017, we reinstated, at no additional budgetary cost, we reinstated the full-time training officer's position for our department. It had been vacant for a number of years due to the recession. What I wanted to point out in this slide is that training is a top priority for us. Other than running calls for service and making sure our equipment's in working order, training is our top priority each and every day. And what I'd call to your attention on the training slide is that due to having a full-time training officer, we increased our training hours by over 3,500 hours for career personnel in 2018 and almost 800 hours for our volunteers. So those are pretty substantial numbers and big improvements. So we continue to provide training in a lot of different ways for volunteers, for emergency management, and for our personnel to grow and develop to be able to handle any and all types of emergencies, be it rescue, EMS, or disasters. Fire prevention. We continue to expand our prevention work. since the 2018, we have, and you'll see this in 2019's report, which will hopefully be not quite as long. We're doing defensible space and vegetation management programs in coordination with the county and working with various stakeholders here in the valley to ensure that we have prescribed burns and defensible space in our public areas as well. Last, want to just provide council and the community with an update. The Sonoma Valley Fire and Rescue Authority's board approved an updated fee schedule that went into effect January 9th of this year. Some of the highlights of that is we updated, we used a very well-regarded, very expert EMS consulting firm, AP Triton, that helped us to develop the fee schedules. It's based on not only industry best practices, but legal best practices. We're confident that it will improve our cost recovery for our EMS services especially, and also result in efficiencies in our medical billing office. We have adopted a generous write-off policy that is in line with legal and industry best practices. So now for residents of the community, when they receive an ambulance bill, it gets billed to their insurance. Whatever the insurance company pays is now considered paid in full. So there will be no more balance billing for community members. So that's an update to our policy, but we think it's a very good one for us as our service is taxpayer supported. We feel like that's a really good, really nice new benefit to add to the community. And last, with the new fees, we very conservatively, our consultant has estimated that with the new fee schedule that ambulance revenues will actually go up because we're billing at a higher rate, and that'll result in somewhere around $300,000 in improved or increased revenues to the city for EMS revenue. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Oh, I just have a quick question. So,
Yes.
great report. Thank you for
you.
being our chief always. In terms of the projects to consolidate fire departments, could you just talk a little bit about how that might happen or what we would?
Absolutely.
Is there a timeline?
Absolutely. So we are in the process right now. The Glen Ellen Fire District, Valley of the Moon Fire District, and the Mayacamas area have submitted an application to LAFCO. It will be considered at the March 4th LAFCO meeting. If the LAFCO Commission approves it, it will go to a public hearing, public protest period, as any new annexation does. And then if there's not a sufficient amount of protests, then in May's LAFCO meeting, that will become a new fire district. It will be the Sonoma Valley Fire District. We will still be in a contract for service with the city. There will be potentially opportunities if the city were to be interested in joining a fire district at some point in the future. Those are kind of farther out conversations to have, but there is that possibility. As well as with a couple of the other fire districts in the valley, Kenwood and Shell Vista, who were not interested in joining that right now, but could do so at a later date.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank
Other
you.
questions from council? Councilmember Cook?
Yeah, I guess my question, great report. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you for being our chief. For the public that doesn't know Steve Aker, he is really good at what he does. So I guess my question is, since I have you here, talking about weed abatement,
Yep.
like in 2020, can you tell me how that looks this year and when when fines are opposed, depending on, lack of weed abatement?
Yes. So what you'll see here, 2018, we had some of a jump, but not a significant jump in weed abatement and defensible space inspections. What you'll see in 2019, and it'll continue in 2020, is we've partnered with the county on their vegetation management program based on the county's Ordinance 13A, which was updated shortly after the fires and is a pretty robust program. It includes that enforcement component of being able to, well, let me back up. First first, it involves a lot of education of property owners, homeowners on how to create defensible space and to manage the vegetation around their property. And our inspectors will go out and do the first 2 inspections in that program. If we don't get, if we have homeowners that are not compliant, then they are forwarded to the county where they will continue inspections and then enforcement up to and including actual abatement and then liens on property. But there's a very equitable, very fair process to that to allow homeowners the opportunity to be compliant.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple of questions. Medical versus fire calls.
Uh-huh.
Chief, I think the percentage I think I might guess that your medical calls far outweigh the fire calls.
Absolutely.
Thank goodness. Well, sort of.
Yes.
And that's true, is
Yes,
that right?
so 66% of our calls are EMS calls, and 34% are other, whether it's service calls or fire calls. Fire calls, technical, real fire calls are about 2% of our calls, thankfully. Our system we're a little bit of a unique system in that we also provide the ambulance transport. Every one of our ambulances and engines is staffed with dual role, dual trained personnel. So the men and women of Sonoma Valley Fire are trained as firefighters. They're also trained as paramedics. So when there's medical emergencies, we're able to respond to that emergency in a very expert and trained way. When there's a fire, we switch and we perform that role. So it's really a it's a tremendous benefit to the community because we're trained in both ways. We can be redundant, we can overlap, and it's very cost effective as well.
Thank you. Just one last question. The one thing that always frustrates me when I see in the newspaper that, well, it's a very sad and bad accident, but they'll take them maybe Queen of the Valley. Could you sort of share the protocol of levels of service from different hospitals? Because it seems if you don't understand the level of service, I would think people will think Sonoma Valley Hospital can't do anything. So there's a protocol, I believe, with accidents and other serious injuries.
There's protocols that dictate where we will take traumatic patients, as well as some patients that have specific cardiac related problems. Different hospitals are staffed and trained and equipped to provide different levels of care. And so in a lot of car accidents, the mechanism of injury and the type of injuries that people have, they need to go to a trauma center. And so there's different levels of trauma center, and I do not know the exact, qualifications to be at different levels, but Queen of the Valley is one that has surgeons ready to go, and we're able to bring people to the type of care that they need as quickly as possible, whether it's Queen or whether it's Memorial. Those are the two that we tend to go to. When there's incidents with children, we tend to send them via helicopter to Children's Hospital in Oakland. And if it's a burn victim, then they go to either UC Davis or St. Francis, and again, via helicopter. So we have a lot of different protocols and a lot of different hospitals that have a very specialized, definitive level of care that everything's done based on what is the best for the patient.
I'm so glad you said that because I don't think people really know that. And when I was on the hospital board, I begged them to talk about protocol and share that information. But I think it's important for people to know that when you're injured and it's a serious injury, you can't come here because of protocol. So I appreciate your explaining that to everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Chief Baker, for your time. I really appreciate it. I do have a question. For people who are without insurance, what's the average cost for an ambulance ride? And if they are residents, would it be possible for us to waive those fees considering they're already paying taxes supporting this?
The average cost of an ambulance transport now is
With or without the lights, the sirens.
Yeah. We have one rate for advanced life support, which is our paramedic service, because our ambulances are always staffed with paramedics, and it's $2,275. We find that we have very little, very few, less than 1%, much less than 1% of our transports are people without insurance. And we work with the hospital and the private individual to work out payment services.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, considering it's such a low percent, it seems to be possible to waive it there. The other thing I'd like to ask is there's a tax measure that you're in support of.
Yes, sir.
Measure G.
Measure G.
Correct. You want to briefly, since we have a lot of people here,
Yes.
explain what that would do for the valley?
So Measure G, if passed, it's a countywide sales tax measure, half-cent sales tax for fire services. If that is voter approved, it will add 26 additional firefighters here in the valley. It'll bring each and every fire engine that is staffed in the valley to 3 firefighters. Right now, we are only able to staff with 2. It will also allow us to staff a 3rd paramedic ambulance here with Sonoma Valley Fire. So it's a big improvement in level of service, both for each individual engine that goes out, as well as our whole system here in the valley. As we know, we're a little bit geographically isolated. It takes a little while to get extra help over the hill from either Petaluma or down from Santa Rosa. And to have that depth and that capacity here is really, really important. I mean, we've seen some big incidents, Nuns Fire, of course, but then we've seen some other big incidents with pallet factory fires, Cornerstone Fire, and others that really tax the system.
All right. Thank you very much. And the date to vote on that is?
March 3rd.
March 3rd. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time,
Thank you.
Chief Aker, and thanks again for being our chief and for all the work that you do and your crew as well. So
Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to item number 4.1, the consent calendar. All 4. Item 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. Consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted on by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of council, staff, or public request that specific items be moved to separate agenda. At this time, the council may decide to change the order of the agenda. Anybody want to change the order? No? Do I have a motion to, we got to do public comment, that's right. Public comment, would anybody like to make a public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Harrington?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
All right. Moving on to item number 5.1, regular city council agenda. Discussion, consider, and possibly take action regarding additional security enforcement near the Field of Dreams, input and process updates for safe parking program, and city's memorandum of understanding with Sonoma overnight support, and initiate planning for location search for alternative homeless facilities and services. City Manager Kathy Capriola, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey, members of council, members of community. So as the council is aware, on February 11th, City Council held a special meeting, and this was to discuss community concerns regarding a recent assault of a teenage girl by a homeless individual right near this complex on the Sonoma bike path near the Field of Dreams. The purpose of that meeting was to do 3 things. 1, to actively listen to the community, share perspectives. 2, to share information and make sure that folks had a common understanding of some of the circumstances, context and constraint, and also learn and explore. There were about 300 folks that attended that meeting, and the council heard a variety of perspectives and speakers. And then we got broad kind of general feedback from council, and we're here tonight to follow up on some of those items. So the first item was to immediately increase enforcement and provide more security for community safety at the Field of Dreams, and I'll talk through kind of some of the efforts that are underway there. Second was to review the safe parking program parameters and look at maybe refining and updating rules for any greater clarity, that with a broader working group of folks that were involved, both from members of a council subcommittee looking at potentially with folks from Sonoma Overnight Support, police, city staff, Field of Dreams, and some youth sport representatives. And then there was a feedback from the council and desire to look at alternative future locations for homeless services in partnership with Sonoma County and a variety of other providers. And the focus there was looking at an ad hoc to help kind of develop what that could look like. And so tonight, a few updates and recommendations more specifically in front of you, and happy to take questions of the council. So one, some things that have already occurred on security enforcement. SOS has been shifting their security patrol from night to day and doing some coordination on that. Police and code enforcement have been doing increased patrols as well, and definitely want to do some connections between coaches and the police department. That relationship building is also underway. I moved forward and initiated a security firm that started Monday for kind of an initial 2 weeks to move forward, and then there is a broader request for 60 days for a security firm that is in front of you tonight for you to take action on and give us budget authority should you want to move forward and continuing that service. So this is a bike and walking patrol. This is an individual who's working weekdays, Monday through Friday, basically 2 o'clock into dark, say 8 o'clock. You know, the parameters currently, and then 8 to 8, so 12 hours a day on Saturday and Sunday. There's been a variety of other improvements that are moving forward. No overnight parking signs have been put in the parking lot, and that really is to clarify that there's a safe parking programs, and the program parameters for that are different. This was really to say you cannot be overnight in that parking lot unless you have a permit. So that's from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And then the safe parking program currently is from 10 o'clock until 9 a.m. Then there was informal feedback or informal conversations. Folks would be staying through day services and then leaving. We are going to be looking at some no smoking and no vaping. There has been a question about the Field of Dreams, and I think it's important to say that, to provide a little context for folks that may just be watching tonight, the Field of Dreams, it's city property. We have a 55-year lease with the Sonoma Valley Field of Dreams since 1993, I believe, and that is with a local nonprofit. They do the maintenance, they do the scheduling, and they take care of that park. And it was built to provide youth sport fields and activities. So and then it is programmed for different sport groups to use, but then it is also kind of open for public use and access as well. So there is this kind of legal question, and we're having conversations of, is it really a private park or a public park? They have some of their own rules. Some of our rules are not in alignment. We have reviewed and clarified, for example, as you all know, you can in Sonoma parks, you can drink in our parks, part of being in the wine country. The Field of Dreams has rules that say if you are renting those facilities, there is no drinking in that park. And yet those are local rules, not rules that our code enforcement, our police department can enforce. So that might be an area that we want to create some alignment. We could pull one park out and create some different rules that would require a municipal code change and a process to go through. There is no smoking, no vaping, and frankly, almost anywhere in town. That's our local smoking, and so we'll be putting up some signs to clarify that. We also, council, as we think about it, we may want to look at putting no overnight parking up at the depot as well. And some of these things are things that could be looked at as we by one of the ad hocs. We've got additional trash bins organized and in place. And then in terms of the safe parking program, specifically, would look to try to come back in about a month with council with any specific refinements that you might want to do there. And we have had some conversations with Field of Dreams and with different folks. And so really looking at what are some different rules and or refinement of rules and clarification to put in place there. The council did talk about whether you want to maybe move the 10 parking spaces, move 5 behind the council chambers. That's also a place something that could occur, though I think there should be some feedback from SOS about that. the whole concept about reaching out to other locations in the valley, I think this would take, and maybe other religious institutions for other places for safe parking, is something that could be done. That's going to take some additional work to do. So those are some of the ideas there. And then the broader concept was the third initiative, which was to really look for some kind of either a new facility, an additional facility, some places so that not all the services are located in one location. And, our facility is very small and is, probably in terms needs some expansion, and that's not possible at the current location. So really needing to look for a more sustainable physical structure, and the question really is where should some of these services be to support the valley overall? And that will take a lot of active work with the county. These are conversations that every city is having. In your packet, there is a resolution of budget recommendations that we're asking you to take authority on tonight. And I do have just some minor changes as we've gotten a little additional information. So one, looking at now to have the private security kind of start at 2 o'clock instead of 3, which takes about another $1,500, a little more, to have just make sure they're in place ahead of the sports teams arriving. And then looking at an electric bike versus a regular bike is a little more expensive. So I have a revised resolution that the city clerk will pass to you. So instead of a total of $35,000, it's $38,050 is what staff is recommending at this time. So I also have with me David Storr. I know there were some questions about the use permit, and he is here, and also our city attorney, Jeff Walters, has been involved in a variety of legal questions surrounding some of these topics. So with that, I'll turn it back to council, and happy to take any questions.
Real quick, just a clarification. When you said the bike riding officer hours, what were those hours again?
So they've been coming at 3 until dark, which I'm calling 8 o'clock. Obviously, it's a little earlier now. We'll go in the 60 days. So basically it's 3 to 8. The change I'm recommending here is 2 to 8. So they're in place, give a little more transition time, and then it's 8 to 8 on Saturday and Sunday, 12 hours a day.
And so that's an officer who's
It's not this is not an officer. This is a security. So this is a security guard person. I don't want to use the word officer because this person does not carry a gun. They cannot enforce, they cannot give citations. What they can do is educate, be a presence. If there is an issue, they will contact 911 with a non-emergency number for police. They will have interactions with SOS if that is required as well. But it's not a uniformed, it's not someone with, with a gun and an ability to cite, but they are providing that presence and then coordinating back with police as needed.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Harrington. I apologize.
Fine. So the $38,000 is proposed to come from the general fund reserve.
Yes, that's where it comes from.
What is the total amount of the general fund reserve right now?
I think there's somewhere in the neighborhood of over 2 million that is unallocated at this point. I'm sorry, I don't have that number specifically, but it's in that round.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I was just trying to think of the hours. I read something today about the hours of security. The night has switched to day. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, so thank you. So as part of the safe parking program, the parameters were that SOS, Sonoma Overnight Support, would provide nighttime security. That was someone who was coming through 3 to 4 times a night, and they were a couple things. One, they were ensuring that it was safe, it was for the participants, that there was not behavior occurring that wasn't appropriate. In addition, at night, if there were other cars, more than 10 cars, or cars without a placard as part of the program, they were making note of that, note of the license plate, and they were informing SOS so that those folks could then be followed up with and be clear that they could not be there the following night. So that is the night security that it's been about, I think, about $2,000 a month that has been being paid by SOS. as a gesture of goodwill, SOS said, why don't we flip that, because there's been no issues at night, and have their security firm be driving through during the day. If this council is providing this security, then if we do this, I guess my thought is that SOS would no longer be they would probably stop their contract or shift it back to night. That would be their decision, or they could continue it if they wanted to, but it feels like it may be more, having both services during the day may be more than what we need. But that would be the safe parking ad hoc could kind of work through some of those details once we know the desire of the council.
I have one more.
Thanks. So then I would imagine if it is too much security, possibly that means that the SOS wouldn't have to incur that $2,000. I'm just throwing that out.
I think that's one of the questions, because things are shifting here.
Thank you.
Oh, could I do one?
Yeah, can we talk about the $250,000 and what that can be used for? Can any of that be used in this scope?
He's talking about
The HEAP funding?
The HEAP funding, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So the city was awarded, so last year there was some additional one-time funding that came through the state and then through the county, approximately about a little over $800,000 for additional homeless services coming into the valley, and some of those services are being provided out of the Haven. Another piece of that is cities had an ability to request some money off the top for capital improvements for homeless facilities. And we made a request. The Haven is a city facility. There was already programmed about $150,000 of maintenance and work that was needed in the facility over the next couple of years. So I want to say it's about maybe $225,000 that we were awarded. I can get you the exact figure, but it's in that range. We have until June 2021 to spend those dollars. So depending again, regardless of what the facility could be used or in the future, there may be some baseline things that you still want to do with the facility. We own this facility. The question is, should we have a conversation with the county and look at, could that money be placed back with the county, reprogrammed in some way? Could we use it to do a down payment on another site? How else could it be used? Depending on kind of what the council's desire of all for the future for the Haven. So there is this tight timeline. It's got to be, and if you don't use it by June 21, it goes back to, I think, the state government. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harrington.
Oh, thanks. Maybe David Storer or Jeff Walter could answer this question, which I just wanted, so it's part of the discussion. Could you briefly explain sort of what a use permit is and what is allowed under the current use permit?
This would be specifically to the Haven?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, generally use permits are uses that are conditionally used, allowed within a zoning district.
Maybe less planning, more regular.
Thanks. There's certain things you can do, things you can't do. Uses are either principally permitted in a zone or not, and if they're a use permit, they have to go to the planning commission for a permit. In the case of the Haven, a use permit was granted in 2004 for a 4-bedroom facility, 1 unit, and that expired within a year. I guess sometime between that first year, the Haven determined that they needed 4 units so that they could actually have 4 separate types of families involved there. But 3 of those units were only allowed for overnight. 1 was to be for an on-site manager, so it was 3 really units. You could have a couple, a family in 1, and 2 single people in the other 2 units. That is the current use permit that's applicable today. And again, that's just specifically for the structure that we have there for the SOS of the Haven.
Oh, so just like a recap would be, in order to conduct certain businesses or other uses, you have to go to the city to get a permit. And currently, the Haven has a permit for 1 on-site manager that lives there and 3 families or other people who can live in the rooms there. There is no other permit that exists for that space right now.
That is correct.
And then in terms of the times that those operations are allowed, what are those times?
Yeah, so in 2005 use permit, the Planning Commission authorized the use from 4 p.m. at night to 9 in the morning, and then a curfew at 9 p.m. in the evening, 7 days a week.
And then just like in my review of it, there's additional conditions such as requiring the Haven to make sure that there's no loitering and other things like that. How is that enforced?
Well, through a complaint-based system, most use permits function as they do, and then if there's a complaint brought to our attention, we do an investigation at that point. Insomuch that there's, I think, 6 conditions of approval for the Haven from that 2005 use permit. And I believe one of those conditions has about 10 components to it, of which you just named a couple of those things. And I'd be happy to read those out if the council would be interested.
I'd like to hear it, yeah.
Sure. So the conditions of approval talked about the occupancy of the shelter and the hours that I've just talked about. There's also a notification to the police department required. They have to have certain types of liability insurance, screening procedures, the length of stay, not to exceed a certain period of time, 3 weeks in this particular case, possibly up to 4. The operator shall monitor facilities to prevent loitering, as you've mentioned. Specific requirements to protect the safety of battered women. They have to refer clients to applicable support services. They need to collect certain client demographics, and then obviously a condition for the on-site manager that I mentioned previously. Other conditions of the 6, and that was just 10 of the 1. The others basically talk about construction and substantial compliance. Talks about sewer approvals and clearances, fire department compliance codes, things of that nature, and that there would be a design review, commission review, and then a follow-up review within 6 months of the opening. That would be the last condition. That would be may be imposed. Additional conditions can be imposed over time as may be necessary, and that would be through review by the planning commission.
And so if there were an additional use like day services that wasn't anticipated, would the normal course of action be that an amended use permit would have to be applied for and that a hearing would be held in front of the planning commission?
Correct.
Okay. And how does that get scheduled?
Typically an applicant would come, for example, if you wanted to add to a building or add services in this case, or expand the hours, you want to do it from noon to 4 o'clock, such like that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Agamonte.
So I'm pretty disgusted by this discovery that this was overlooked, went different directions that we approved without any information. It's unconscionable that we're looking back in history for the initial approvals of this. I can't believe that we continue to do things like this. I can't blame it on anyone here today, but you know, this is like a little something that doesn't agree with the way it's operated today. I think it's unconscionable that it's brought up right now. Thank you, though. We have an attorney, thank God, and thank, Jeff, of course. How does this happen? I don't even need an answer because I don't even want to hear an answer. I'm just saying it's unconscionable that we did these things to work with them, begging to the county for money, and we were ignoring the real baseline of what we're supposed to be doing. I don't understand. I'm sure we're going to have a great answer for it, but I'm telling you, I have intuition and it doesn't feel good.
So let me just provide a little background. So when there was the safe parking program in maybe 2017, this was late 2016, and at that point, your prior planning director put together a staff report and went to Planning Commission and asked for a temporary use permit. Then in early 2017, after a couple of months, SOS came back and said this isn't working and they no longer wanted to do that. So when the safe parking program kind of came forward again, I recall that there had been this use permit, so the question was, well, what was that about, and did we need to do that again for the safe parking program? We pulled the minutes and we pulled the staff report from 2017, and there was a line of logic that was outlined in that process about why it went forward as a temporary use permit. There was no mention in that staff report about any prior use permits at all. It was not, that was not included. And from our perspective, if there had been an active use permit that prior staff had known about, it would have been included in there. It was not included. So current staff, apologize, we did not know, we were not aware, and we did not bring it to council attention. It's not where we wanted to be, I do believe. So, and then when we looked at the question of whether to go to council or planning commission for a use permit, when we looked at the safe parking program, you actually have a section in your municipal code that says, if the council wants to allow camping, and which is really what this is, on public property, you can do that by basically making a written order. And so the Muni Code seemed to articulate that it didn't matter if it was in front of the Haven or somewhere else. And so when we looked at it, then that was kind of the process with legal counsel and staff that we then brought for the MOU saying, do you want to do this with the safe parking? So I apologize to the council. This is not a place any of us like to be in. But that is, we were dealing with the information that we knew. And so,
Can I clarify something?
So it would seem that the day services or the parking was approved by council separately, and so that may be acceptable, but the day services seem to be what's more in question.
right. And the day services, it looks like, and Kathy King can speak to this, but I think they started about 2014, so they've been going for quite some time, those day services.
So maybe I can clarify what I meant about the use permit and what my interest was. I understand the question about the safe parking as being separate with regard to the use permit, but I don't want to confuse those two. Earlier this year, not 2020, but calendar year, we approved accepting funding from the county, the HEAP grant, which turned the Haven into a navigation center. That use, I did not understand at the time, unfortunately, and I do now, that the number of people who spend the night at the Haven is dramatically reduced. I don't know how many it is, but it's not very many a year. Kathy can tell us how many people have spent the night there in the last year. My understanding is it's very, very few and only on an emergency basis. And so instead of being an overnight shelter with a handful of people, the primary focus and what the county gave us money for, which I apologize, I did not understand, was that it was to bring people here, to navigate them into other services, and that as a result of that, which is a change from the prior use of day services, it has dramatically increased, and I think Kathy King said 70% more people come here now, the number of people using those services. And so when I talk about whether or not there's a use permit, it's not the prior use where people were getting fed during the day, it's that when the county put pressure on us to turn into a navigation center instead of a very small homeless shelter, that it was a new use, that was the new use, and there is no permit for that. And that should go back to the planning commission with an amended use permit application. It should have a full public hearing with a public body who's accountable and has real decision-making authority to decide whether or not that use meets all the requirements of a use permit. That was actually my primary question, not the other. But I understand why it's actually, there's two issues, the safe parking and also the Haven.
So, thank you. I hear what you're saying, but I still say again, this is a mess and it's unconscionable. You just opened up, this. We shouldn't be doing this in this city. We shouldn't. We shouldn't just go back and say, oh God, no, what did we do? This is so unsettling to me. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad you had something to say. This little shelter, it's unfortunate we're so beautiful because nobody thinks we have problems. We're beautiful. And we do have the same kind of problems larger cities have, but as I've said before, we just have less zeros in our budget, in our general fund. So, this little shelter was told, you need to accept alcoholics, drug addicts, and people who are mentally ill. Of course, you want to help everyone. This little shelter couldn't do it. They said, we're too small. And the county said, then we cut your funding. That's what they did, cut the funding. So here we are, we're evolving into a mess. I have to be quiet now. My husband's probably watching and saying, all right, settle down.
So it would appear that the day services are beyond the scope of what the initial use permit was. Is that kind of what I'm hearing from staff?
Yes, I think that'd be the clearest way to summarize it.
And to
Yeah, that's what we need to
we're
know.
we'll take comments. And so in order to continue, it would have to go back to planning commission and do an amended.
That'd be my recommendation, yes.
Councilmember Cook.
And since we're going down memory lane, I guess, so there was the pilot program. There was a 3-2 vote of the council, 3 years ago? Can you explain, just because public, I want them to be engaged with how this process has worked, why that pilot program did not work?
I think I'll let, if you want, Kathy King to speak more to it, but the bottom, my understanding is that there were 2 or 3 folks that used it, and I think it was a very high bar for folks to participate, and the amount of work and the amount of time it was taking versus the number of folks that were participating, I believe they felt that there was kind of a better way to use their limited resources at that time. So they asked council to basically stop the pilot and not continue it. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
So I'm a little bit confused though, because, when you went over the conditions of use or what was permitted, there was occupancy in hours, notifications to police department, screenings of individuals that are coming here, a certain limit on length of stay, protections against, or you have to fight against loitering or stop that. You have to prioritize the safety of women and children, connect them to services. In a lot of ways, the Haven is connecting people to services. They're servicing men and women. I remember specifically when we went through the safe parking program that women and children had priority access to that. They are screening people that come through the door. They are cooperating with the police department and speaking directly with them. They are, in a lot of ways, it sounds like the use permit. So what is the difference there? Where is the real friction?
I think the point of the limitation of the hours from 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock the next morning, that's specifically for the use of overnight stay for people that need that service. And I think during the day it can be argued that there's a certain amount of administrative use to help accomplish that goal of the overnight stay. But then the question of providing additional services like meals during the day and expanding it to a different number of people that are not related to overnight services, that's where I think the contrast comes from.
So it's the activities that happen during the day, basically, between the hours of 9 and 4 o'clock.
Yes, to the extent
That are
they're
beyond just general
that are beyond
administrative
general
work.
administration to do the overnight component, yes.
Okay, and presumably, people that were there in the emergency shelter would be there in the morning, and presumably they would talk to staff members there during the day. I don't know if the process prior, the expectation of the permit was to kick them out as soon as it was 9 o'clock and they would leave, and I doubt that that's what was happening. So it's just that it's the number and that they're providing services to people that weren't staying overnight is kind of where the conflict's happening.
I would say so, yes.
But now people are staying overnight in cars outside.
Well, again, 2 separate types of entitlements, if you will.
Okay. I'm just trying to wrap my head around.
And I think, my understanding is, again, this use permit is called an emergency shelter, but SOS, their roots were feeding people and helping people initially. So they came in, they provide these services, they saw need, they provide additional services. So I think there has been this natural evolution. And there's been this evolution in the last 18 months of trying to figure out how to deal with the new housing first philosophy of the county, how to get funding to the SOS. Again, the goal has been we have homeless people in our community.
Yep.
If you shut it, even if you shut SOS down, you will still have homeless folks in our community. So the question really is, how can you support some folks, get them in services? And SOS has been able to help help the city in a variety of situations where there were individuals that needed assistance and kind of run some of that interference as
If we
well.
were to if we were to go down the road of starting a new permit process or going to planning commission, would day services have to stop in the interim? Would that be the expectation?
It's up to the council.
Councilmember Harrington?
I guess I just wanted to add, like, I don't think that it's appropriate to throw, I don't mean this as an insult, but to throw like emotional things on top of a land use question. They obviously don't have a permit. There is no permit for the services provided. No one has said a permit wouldn't be issued, but there's no reason why all of the services that you want to do can't be written up in an amendment and put it before the planning commission, who is selected by the city council. They can vote on it in public. The public can comment on that. And if people don't like the way the vote turns out, they can appeal it to the city council, and the city council is elected, and that is a democratic process. So the idea that, like, if we like the use but they're not following the rules, we don't follow the rules. We like that use so they don't have to follow the rules, and we don't like a different use so we make them follow the rules. Like, we just can't have a government that operates that way. So if their use permit is not in compliance with the law, that doesn't mean we hate them. That doesn't mean they're doing a bad job. It means they need to be brought into compliance in a public process where the public can participate. And so it's like, it has nothing to do with saying, we're closing them, we're not gonna have homeless service. It has to do with a land use question, which was my fundamental point about this, like, are these compatible land uses? And having that resolved in the process that we already have laid out, you know, in our code. We already have a process for land use, and it's not, do we like you or not? It's, you know, do you have a use permit or not? And I think we should focus on what are the rules and apply them evenly to people who want to develop real estate and use permits for hotels and restaurants and homeless shelters. Everybody has to follow the rules, and I think it's pretty clear that we need that fixed.
Councilmember Agamonte?
Well, I agree with you 100%, but nobody knew what the rules were because that was hidden somewhere. Nobody knew how to proceed because it was gone, it was buried. I don't know how this stuff happens. I don't know. I can't believe anyone today. It happens. And I've been involved with cities for a long time. I've seen these things. And I agree with what you're saying, there's a process. But the council, as our city attorney said, we can work with this. I came here tonight trying to work with the Field of Dreams to talk about those issues, not to go back and uncover some unbelievable things. There have been so many failures in this program, and you know what, 15 and 12 people, I think, are the numbers we're talking about. And I agree with what Council Member Harrington is saying. I hear that. And I guess you're referring to, I don't think you are. I'm the emotional one. I am so angry about this mistake. It greets us, slaps us in the face. We came here tonight to talk about Field of Dreams. I think that's really important. Now we're talking about a land use issue. I think this is disgusting where this ended up.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go there, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So, temperature's a little high right now. We're gonna hopefully calm things down. I do think it is important that as a public body, the rule of law be followed. I think also we should be compassionate. I don't want to suggest that something's been dug up or it's done in some sort of nefarious way either. I think that this is what was on the books. We had a major staff turnover, just so people are aware. We had our city manager, our city the planning director, and our chief, the chief of finance director, all leave in a span of a couple of years. And so we've had a lot of changes here, and city clerk as well. So sometimes in the jumble, these things get lost, and I do think we have a very high quality staff, and so I don't want it to be portrayed in that way. We are going to move to public comment. How many people want to make a public comment tonight? Okay, great. Okay, not bad. Great. Okay, let me just finish this and we'll go to. That's not part of the agenda currently. So I think we'll do public comment. We can ask Kathy questions. If you have questions for Kathy, that's more than fine. Okay. Yeah, and I'm happy to extend some additional time to the Haven as well. So we're going to do 3-minute public comment. Please, as we did at the last meeting, let's show respect for every single member of our community here. Everybody has the right to speak. Everybody has the right to be heard. Everybody is your neighbor. This is a small community. We know each other. We care about each other, and it's very important that we remain respectful. We don't do clapping at city council meetings just because it's disruptive and it can block off the ability for people to hear. So if you like what somebody said, please raise your hands. We do a little wiggle. We're very used to clapping, so I understand if there's a momentary outburst in that way, but please try to constrain yourself there. As you rise to the podium, please state your name so that we can record it and we can fall back with comments. If you have questions that are directed at staff or anybody else, they will be answered at the end of public comment. So don't expect an immediate answer. It'll happen at the end when we finish there. Okay, so let's please, again, remain respectful. This is a community that cares very much about each other, very much about children, very much about our less fortunate. And I think we should all keep that in mind. These are your neighbors. This is our community. And with that, I will open public comment.
Ken Brown, 1396 Lubeck Street. I was on the city council in 2004 when we created the shelter. But in the intervening years, the mission has changed. The security guard is a good first step, but a cautious and careful look at the current mission and the current shelter is needed. And you're up to the job. I know you are. It's okay if you get mad, Madeline.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I'm Elizabeth Palmer. I live on Wymus in Sonoma. This is a little bit about the future, but as we move forward regarding solving some of our solutions of the homeless people in Sonoma, I believe there's some questions we need to ask ourselves, and I'd like to ask those questions. I don't expect an answer to all of them tonight because I think it's something an ad hoc committee, and I see that you're considering that, might need to put into action. So we need to know, not just in the county, but how many unsheltered homeless are in Sonoma. We need to know, has the number of unsheltered in the homeless grown over the last 3 years? I think the answer is yes, but we need to know how many. In consideration of the industry best practices, is there a name list of each of the homeless persons that are unsheltered in our city? And if so, does it identify if there are any behavior issues like substance abuse and our mental health conditions? We need to know, and I ask, do you know how many of the homeless are open to receiving services? And how many are service resistant? Governor Newsom has offered to provide FEMA-type housing trailers in communities, and I'm wondering if this is something the city's considered. How is the city of Sonoma addressing the Boise decision from the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court? Are we? I'm concerned if we do not take action to address the needs of our unsheltered homeless, not only will the problem grow, but we'll even see more negative impacts upon our city. And as we go forward, I mean, there are many small groups in our community, and you know who some of them are, really trying to grapple with what can we do to help the situation. But with the answers to these questions will help a lot for us to be able to determine exactly what little piece of this we can take on and how we can help this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Kathy is going to need a microphone brought to her seat, if that's a possibility. But But while that's happening, I'd love to make a comment. I'm Reverend Curran Reichert. I'm the president of the SOS board. And I want to just speak for a moment to the day services piece, because I think it's important to understand where we've been in that process in relationship to the city manager. So for the last 2 years, I guess now, both myself and Kathy have sat on the homelessness discussion panel that was appointed by Susan Gorin. Out of that, we were asked to really right-size what our nonprofit was able to do. We went to the city manager and Rachel, and we sat together and we said, look, these are kind of the three things. It's a need for a winter shelter, there's a need for increased day services, and there's a need for a place for people to stay overnight. We can't do all three of them. We are a very small organization and the board is tapped out. Which of the three do you want us to take on, right? And the answer was, based on cost effectiveness and the monies that we were applying for, it made the most sense at that time to increase day services, to keep the shelter open in an emergency situation only, but not to house people there over long periods of time based on the amount of staff that it would take to make that happen and to be able to receive money from the county, and to run the overnight shelter during the winter months. So I just want to point out that this was all done in relationship and partnership with the city, so that that's as clear as a bell, because no one sort of made these decisions in isolation. And this is the first I'm hearing that this isn't in compliance, and I've been on this board for 3 years and served as its president for 2 years and have been in pretty much monthly conversation with both Supervisor Gorin and City Manager Kathy Capriola.
Thank you for, is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you for letting me sit for this presentation. My name is Kathy King. Good evening to the mayor and the city council. I live in Sonoma, Moon Valley Mobile Home Park. Last Tuesday, I made a presentation in front of you all in a large community about listing the accomplishments of Sonoma Overnight Support, that I serve as the executive director with the help of the staff, the boards, churches, individuals in the community, and in partnership with the police department, we have been providing critical services for the past 13 years. I will not apologize for what we are doing with limited resources. In fact, I'm proud of what we are done. Just in January, 97 unique individuals came for day services. 85 of them were from Sonoma. They are not from some other place. I repeat, not from some other place. 27 of them, when we list them, say they are living in their cars, in their vehicles. We provided over 2,000 meals and over 200 showers and other critical services. These people would be on the streets and on the plaza if we weren't providing these services. In today's State of the Union, not State of the Union, excuse me, I'm making him president, Governor Newsom said, he called homelessness a disgrace. And he said some of the most troubling places occur in small towns. No one is immune. No person is untouched. No one wants to take on the responsibility. We, as an organization, have been taking on that responsibility. There's a horrible incident that happened in 13 years, and now we end up here in front of this body and in front of 300 people defending feeding people, defending giving case management to people, hygiene items to people, giving them access to case managers, giving them bus tickets, and letting them be able to move on to more permanent housing. And what Newsom says is that we have to work together to fix this problem. And I'm concerned that we're not working together to fix this problem. So I will answer any questions you like. I also want to state that when I first came on 5 years ago as executive director, I went to David Goodison, who was in Kathy's position, gave him all our reports of what we do. We, on a yearly basis, report to the city. This is no surprise that we're feeding people. And it was part of the original mission of Elizabeth Kemp. We've been feeding people. What do you think happens when they have breakfast, lunch, and dinner there at the Haven? We feed them. And the original intent was to have people stay there, but we could not move them on. So I will answer any more questions, but we have been in direct contact with numerous meetings of the city, and this is, again, the first time I heard of this permit. And is the permit the responsibility of us, SOS, who's using the building, or is the permit the responsibility of the city? You tell me.
Thank you, Kathy King.
Not clear on whose turn it was there. I'm Gina Kuklis, 1212 Alberca Road, outside the city limits. Ken Brown was on the city council at the time, but I was on the planning commission at the time. So that's where the nitty-gritty work on approving the Haven, although at the time I don't believe we actually had that name yet. So I was at the meeting last week, and I ran over here tonight from another meeting because I was a little appalled at what I thought was some inaccurate information that was discussed at the meeting last week. So let me first of all say, I have no idea where this comes from, that it was supposed to be a battered women's shelter. No, that discussion never happened in our planning commission meetings. And having a background in my background includes time working at a women's crisis center that had a battered women's shelter. And the last thing you want is a battered women's shelter where everybody in town knows where it is. They work because they're secret. So I don't know where that came from. That's wrong. The other thing was the notion that somehow the selection of the location just like no thought and consideration, it just happened. No, there was a lot of thought and consideration and review before that site was selected. And it was selected as the perfect location because guess what? Guess one of the reasons why? Not near residential area. Try putting a shelter next to somebody's neighborhood and see what happens. Of course, then the other thing was the location right by the police department. The location close in the heart of town where you're near, you can get a bus, near where you can go look for a job. And guess what? A lot of people that become homeless in Sonoma, they work here already. And of course, the Field of Dreams, as you know, didn't exist yet. So I just wanted to clear all of that up. And 8th Street East, that's been discussed. I've lived in the Valley 33 years. And multiple times about talking about housing homeless, 8th Street East has come up. And I also want to point out that when this was approved, there was no opposition. As a matter of fact, there was overwhelming enthusiasm in the room that night. Because you know why? Because Sonoma was getting something it desperately needed, a homeless shelter. And it doesn't have enough space. I've lived here long enough. I know what bridges homeless people are sleeping under. I know what goes on behind Maxwell Park. We know we know this is not new. It's just grown. And I heard that State of the State address today, also by the way, where the governor wants to make housing, homelessness, and mental health A1 priority. And I wanted to point out one other thing: the notion that if you moved the Haven, the problems at the Field of Dreams will just go away. That's not what happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina.
Hi, good evening. My name is George Bevan, West Napa Street here in Sonoma. I was attending the public hearing last week and left with really an understanding there was really no framework in my mind to make policy, towards these, I would say, two projects. They're independent of each other, but so I want tonight to formally request that the City of Sonoma, I use EIR, but request that EIRs be done. Under project definition, it means an activity which may cause either a direct physical change in the environment or reasonably foresee indirect physical change in the environment, and which is any of the following: an activity that involves the issuance to a person of a lease, permit, license certificate, or other entitlement for use by one or more public agencies. And so David and other staff, I've been in touch with them all week. the planning staff. They've been great. I agree with you, Councilmember Harrington. An EIR should have been required first before before anything. I'm not a planner, but I'm ringing the bell tonight because of the incompatibility and inappropriate uses with the concentrated area, both fronts. And what comes to mind is the health services that the gal attended last week from county. So to have a use permit or a building permit, there's a remodel, some remodel funds on the table. You need to go through health, through the county. So coincidentally, I looked up what campgrounds met under the county special occupancy parks versus organized camps. Campgrounds fall into two classifications: organized camps or special occupancy parks. Classic examples of organized camps are Boys and Girls Scout camps, Camp Newman, blah, blah, blah. Number two, a special occupancy park is defined temporary rec vehicle park, incidental camping area, or tent camping. All special occupancy parks have an annual operational permit. So I bring up camping and this health situation because of the support of people living in cars, showers, laundry, runoff, sanitation, everything that a private entity would be addressing and this is not a parking. CEQA doesn't address parking, quote unquote, but I don't call this parking. The use permit of SOS, I disagree with, it's grossly out of the use permit as we discussed. It's originally in 2005 renewed as 1 unit, 4-bed emergency shelter. And I think the parking, the parking situation, I was here for a design review hearing and pulled into the parking lot not recognizing where I was. Counted at least 8 vehicles, tarps, everything else. So I
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Council and staff, I'm Marlon Montgomery. I live at 460 4th Street East. I'm a resident of beautiful Sonoma. I'm a father and grandfather, and I would like to volunteer my services. The first thing that comes to my mind is that it's difficult for me to track the permits, the use permits, all of the attendant rules and regulations that are attached either from the county or from the city to each one of these things, which all, in my opinion, needs some time to delve into, needs to look at that information. So I'm here to volunteer my time on your ad hoc committee or any other committee that may be, I have some experience in public service. And I believe that to follow the rules and regulations and follow the law, there are a whole lot of questions here that are unknown or unanswered, and that before this comes before the Planning Commission for a new or revised conditional use permit, there are going to be a ton of questions that are going to be generated, and at least someone should be prepared to either provide you or the Planning Commission with the information that they need to make the appropriate decision. So that's all I have to say. I'm here to volunteer my time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Piper Sandoval, Buena Vista Drive. Sonoma is the only home I've ever known. Not that much has changed, I feel, since I was a teenager in this town. One major thing has changed. There's actually services for the homeless now. That's a big change, one I just don't think should be ignored. One thing that has not changed were lessons that I think that were taught to me that should not be lost today on today's youth. For example, we were taught that there were safety in numbers. We were also taught that if one must walk alone, you needed to think about using the busiest, most populated route. We also need to be aware of our surroundings. We should never be looking at our phone while walking. I wonder if everyone here tonight is aware of how many different categories there are for the word homeless. Therefore, your use of the word is very arbitrary. What category of homeless are we even talking about? I'd like to remind everyone that 78% of American workers are living paycheck to paycheck. So remember, this means nearly 80% of US workers are literally a paycheck or two away from being homeless. There's also a huge reality that there are some people choosing to live off the grid, living out of a vehicle. Who are we to decide how someone else should live? They are not homeless. I'm here tonight because I also know what it's like to live in this town and feel hated. As a teenager, the local paper described me and my friends as park rats. We liked to hang out in the Sonoma Plaza, and apparently we were a nuisance, even though we were your children. And therefore, I feel personally affected by the hate that's being dealt out to the Haven, to the homeless, and I'm disgusted by my town.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Larry Barnett, 637 5th Street East. I'm going to start just by saying that it's not entirely staff's responsibility to make sure that you have all the information that you need to make decisions. Any one of you could have asked about the status of the use permit at any point in this whole process last month, last year, or 3 or 4 years ago. That's always the option of council members, and you can't necessarily rely on an overworked staff to cross every T and dot every I for you. People who are living out of their cars are doing so because it's the last place that they have to stay safe and dry at this time of the year. Imagine being 70 years old and having this be your option. You may have lost your home in a fire. You may have had a medical emergency. You may have had a divorce. You may have had an illness. Who knows what the problems are? People develop all kinds of problems, and we never know what kind of challenges and hardships life will bring. Gambling, addiction, divorce, fires, illness, dementia, things happen that make us dependent on the goodwill and care of other people, often strangers. Homeless people are individuals. If we speak about them in a monolithic terms, we ignore the fact that they are individuals. And it's as if we want to make blanket statements about blacks or Latinos or immigrants. The fact is that each of the people who find themselves on the street without a home have a history, oftentimes a history of family and work and real lives and real experience. And that's worth acknowledging. And if we don't acknowledge the individual realities behind each person who finds him or herself homeless, we're essentially treating them in a subtly bigoted way. SOS is challenged by changing conditions. Its present location clearly is not sufficient for the mission it's currently carrying out. A longer term solution requires a better, larger facility. I might suggest that one possibility might be to look at the funding to build a multi-story parking structure adjacent to the community health clinic, which would also house SOS facility. Finally, I think you've got to include members of the homeless community on your ad hoc committees. You've got to find out what they think their needs are and not just make assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Deborah DiMartini. I live at West Spain Street. Most of you guys know me. I'm very active in the community. I love our community. I love our diversity. Every single person here today. I do help the homeless. With that said, we do not know each other's stories. We all have walked difficult paths.
And until somebody reaches out and understands our stories, we cannot make disparaging remarks about one another. We will all end up in the same place. With that said, I embrace the fact that my community members here today have plead frustration, anxiety. There is a way to correct every situation, and there's a way to embrace it. It's to identify the needs. And with that said, Sonoma is a small community struggling. And struggling with that is you're doing the best you can to find the best alternatives. And to watch Madeline just throw up her hands and go, my husband's going to be talking to me tonight. With that said, the house has outgrown its current position, the location where it is at the Field of Dreams. The area has 3 playing fields. It also has the cemetery. It is a heavily used walking path. I use it on a regular basis to go see the people in the cemetery as well as the playing field. With that said, we can find a way to make this work. Not necessarily have this amazing program leave the location, but find a location outside of the playing fields and the walking path. The county has property over on 8th Street. It has a yard. There is no reason why we cannot think outside the box and find a better location for our transient, homeless members of this community. We are all one people. We are community members. We're compassionate about with each other. With that said, we do have a struggling budget, but there are other locations where you can embrace healthy lifestyles for everyone. The transients and the homeless people may not necessarily feel really comfortable being in that location where they feel like they're under the microscope. There are alternatives. We can achieve them. All of these members here should look at one another. Although we have differences of opinions, we should embrace our diversity because that's what makes us successful, loving members of our society and as our human race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jack Dean, 859 Pro Street. I'm the volunteer and a board member for SOS. I just distribute the one sheet with the chart. Maybe you already look at it. So the numbers sometimes give us a peaceful time thinking about the issue. This chart tells you what is SOS? Where did the money come from? First chart, it shows our major income come from local nonprofit organization, individual, foundations, and fundraising events. City of the Sonoma, during the past 5 years, each year, just contribute $30,000. $30,000, that means just only 5% of our total program. So it's kind of strange, why, this issue in this city hall, and we discuss, because major financial supporters, they are not you guys. So what we need, why we stand here, is we just request for a favorable, flexible policy and permit. That's it. We do our best. We can figure out ourselves. I appreciate council members, some of you a little bit passionate, a little bit compassionate. That is right. We solve the problem, not only just purely use our law, use our orders, something writing on the paper. That is wrong. Law without compassion, that is useless. Issue right now are homeless. It's kind of the crisis in here because the people in this town already got hurt for the safety. So we should stand out, take a quick action, try to find some exclusion. exemption for those kind of permits, and then improve our service. And then we can improve our safety condition. That is my intention. I humbly request, please increase your next general fund budget from the $30,000 to the $100,000, which was initially last time raised by City Council Member Rachel Hundley. Thank you so
Jack.
much.
City Council and staff, Fred Allebach, 19550 8th Street East. I had expected to come down tonight and to after the last meeting and see a sort of finessing of the issue and things worked out, and I'm a little bit shocked to see land use regulations and health issues come up as at what looks to me as a proxy for possibly discontinuing or moving people. And so I really hope that this is not a proxy issue to run the homeless out, to use a EIR, and get into a grapes of wrath situation again. I think that's just a little disturbing to me that this has come up when I felt like that things were going to be finessed, and I hadn't even planned on saying anything tonight because I thought it was all going to get worked out for the good. What I think is really unconscionable here is that the housing prices are so high in this area that any people who make lower parts of the area median income can't even afford to live here or pay rent. And the people who are at the lower end are the ones who are being squeezed out for homelessness. And where's the housing for them? This is the city's responsibility. It's been going on for years. Where is the housing for these people? I think that's the real issue here, is that homeless are going to keep being created because of the low pay and high costs. So the city needs to create housing so that people, that's not producing homelessness, so the county's not producing homelessness. So everyone wants to say that Sonoma is so great, and it is pretty great, but it can't be great if you're externalizing and displacing all the people that need to work here. And so the people who are homeless are the people who are at the very bottom of that. You want to get them out of here. There's nowhere to put them. No one wants them anywhere. So you got a place that's in the public now. You want them front and center because you want to deal with your problems as a society front and center. You don't want to get rid of them. In your relationship, in your marriage, you want to deal with your problems. You don't want to hide them. Like going right into them is how you do it. So I hope that that's how the community decides to go with this. And I know it's a difficult issue because I lived in Tucson for 20 years and there was homeless everywhere. I watched people try to solve homelessness and no one can solve it. Nobody wants them anywhere near them. Everybody wants to help. So you guys are on the hot seat here, and I'd really like to see some solutions and not some avoidances.
Thank you, Mr. Albach. Sorry, just before you speak, sir. The yellow light for them isn't coming up. Is there a reason that that's happening? I think it's helpful for people to know kind of as their time goes through. I apologize. Sir, we got it? All right, cool. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Vroman. I reside at 742 Heather Lane here in Sonoma. Speaking of intuition, Gavin Newsom's State of the State today was surprisingly and predominantly focused on homelessness. As Martin Luther King Jr. was a mentor to most of us in this room by word and deed, so too for my wife Cindy, who was a past president of the Board of Supervisors, not the Board of Supervisors, but of the Board of SOS. But she also had two of the best personal mentors one could hope for, and Sister Susan Olson, who ran the Pajaro Valley Shelter Center in Watsonville for some 15 years, and Elizabeth Kemp, who believed that literalism is the curse of the imagination. When Elizabeth took the reins of SOS, imagination was put into action. So much so that Cindy was even willing to dumpster dive on behalf of the homeless. That lesson proved invaluable to my wife as she expanded her capacity to recognize and deliver center to center and soul to soul communication. Every day was high noon for Tex, her nickname since childhood. And the mutterings, the anguish, and the horrors of the homeless could no longer go unnoticed. And then Kathy King rode into town and became the executive director, and she and Cindy were like two peas in a pod. I am here in my humble capacity on behalf of the love of my life, who believed, as Howard Thurman preached, that there is something in every one of you that waits and listens to the sound of the genuine in yourself. It is the only guide, true guide you will ever have. And if you cannot hear it, you will all of your life spend your days on the ends of strings that somebody else pulls. As a result of this awareness, Cindy believed that this nation was becoming more and more hearing impaired, causing us to slip into some bad values. We're too individualistic when we should be more communal. We're too cognitive, up in our heads, and more analytical when we should be more emotional and relational. We steer our kids toward career success and not moral joy, as recently borne out in the college admission scandal. Nonetheless, sustained dissent requires we develop the courage to greet each other graciously. We surely have every right to feel a sense of pride in our field of dreams. But it follows that the homeless need to establish a sense of pride as well in their overnight parking encampments. Empower them to utilize that pride to self-regulate, and the location of the haven becomes a moot point.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Kelsey Maddox. I live at 80 Creek Lane here in Sonoma. I have been a trained psychotherapist with an emphasis on aging, and have spent the last 10 years working in the aging industry, managing retirement communities and looking at the issues of aging. We have 44,000 people in Sonoma Valley. 28%, roughly 12,000 of those are seniors over 65. The Institute of Aging has determined that 16% of the elderly over 65 are in poverty. If we look at that figure, we're looking at roughly 1,600 in our own valley. The issue that we're facing, one that is we cannot contain, is one of poverty. And we are aware of the issues. They've been around for 30 years. We've become deaf to them because we've heard about them, and no one knows how to resolve it. Ultimately, I've been engaged now with Share Sonoma, which is a housing solution to encourage homeowners to open up bedrooms to help cut costs and to help prevent homelessness. There are means, we need to find them, but the only solution that I can see is not going to come from government. It's going to have to come from the communities and be grassroots. And so I encourage our community to come together on this issue, represent the best of Sonoma and its heart, and help resolve the issues. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Gertzen. I live on Warm Springs in Glen Ellen. And I'm the outgoing president of the Field of Dreams for the last 12 years, and I began coaching there in 2002 as a soccer coach. First of all, I wanted to thank council and staff for putting together a plan for daytime security. I think that could begin to make a nice difference. I also want to address some of the other changes, and one of those would be a moratorium on alcohol use of the Field of Dreams, and would not want to have that to be blanket. We have often special events that bring in much needed revenue for the Field of Dreams. Our budget annually is about $32,000, and that $32,000 is paid for, except for last year's amount and future for the city, from the city of $10,000, is paid for by the parents of kids playing soccer kids playing softball, some adults playing hardball. So the people who are out here that are experiencing, I'll say, less than hospitality from the guests who have taken up residence and are indeed loitering with a capital L, they're the ones that are paying for this. I would like to also ask that in this SAFE program that the nighttime security continues. We've had, not recently, but we've had ongoing vandalism on the park, and maybe that's just chipping away at that. I also want to say that serving thousands of meals is a very honorable deed by the Haven House, but it is a clear violation of what they're there, why they're there. And if it takes a community member to complain to get it to the next level, I will do so myself. I have a responsibility to the 500 plus kids who are out there playing and to their parents. I think this is not a choice between compassion and common sense location, but this is a bad location. This was protested by the Field of Dreams when the proposal was made for the Haven House. We were assured that it was going to be mild and not the magnet that it is today. So I think that I would love to see the Haven House continue their mission, but certainly not in the parking lot next to where sometimes 5, 6, 8, 9-year-old girls are out there playing, and little boys as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Erica Ercolano, Bernice Lane, also representing Len's family, Princeton Drive, and Alanis family. I was at the meeting you had. Thank you, City Council and staff. I've been here since 1985. My father is a founding board member of SOS. He's also couldn't be here this evening. He's at a Kiwanis function, who is part of who built the Field of Dreams, the Kiwanis organization, founding member of La Luz, past board member of Vintage House. I'm only here because it is important that we remember it's not us or them. We're one small community. And the reason all of you folks that have come here in the last 10 years with lots of good money, because it's been very expensive the last 10 years to move here, or last 15 years, fell in love with it, is because more than anything, the spirit of Sonoma is how everybody loves each other. There is not an us and them. We are all possibly one health problem or one financial problem away from needing services, much like what the Haven, Vintage House, and Fish provide. So whatever you decide to do, I hope it's in the interest of helping those in our community. I have raised a daughter here, and I know that safety, being a single woman, is very important. I feel like this issue that came up because of the police incident had absolutely nothing to do with the Haven, and whatever use permit they need until you can find some alternative solution, please move heaven and earth, because there are people in this town that can't feed themselves. Thank you very much, Kathy and board and staff, for what you do. Please don't stop what you're doing. Just put the security in place so everyone feels safe having their children there. What happened on the bike path had nothing to do with the shelter. We need to take care of each other. I bless you all for bringing your great educations and your backgrounds into our community from far places like Novato, et cetera. But part of what you love about Sonoma is what brought you here. And if you undo 30 years of what's been going on in this community, my father has 2 messages: yay if you keep things going, and you may rue the day if you don't. Thank you very much. He's
Thank
89.
you.
I gotta speak for him.
Thank you, Ms. Ercolano.
My name is Maggie Morrigan. I'm from Park Avenue. I want to thank Councilmember Harrington for bringing up the regulations for that. I think that is very important to follow all the rules and regulations when you are taking part in any program and being part of a community. I really hope that you'll be on the ad hoc. And I agree that the homeless should be on the ad hoc as well. And I hope you involve coaches and parents as well. I don't believe it's a good place to have that, but I do believe that we do have a desperate need in California and in our community to have programs for the homeless and have it as a help up and not a handout. Having more programs for drug and alcohol dependencies, mental health, job training, maybe local employment and apprenticeships, child care help for parents that can't put their kid anywhere, and learning self-reliance, which sounds like a silly thing, but nobody can get anywhere if they can't take care of themselves. And I know some people can't, but there's a majority that can, and we can help them be able to help themselves. If they stay in the program, then we're just throwing money on a Band-Aid and not fixing the problem at all. But if we can figure out a way to actually solve these people's, I didn't say it, these people's, I apologize. All of our problems. We all need these people. We need our people. We need our kids. We need everybody. I feel like what's going on right now does need to be audited as well as a lawyer. I heard you are. I hope you have a bookkeeper and an accountant on there going through the money, and people that have programs like Laluz, who seems to be doing really, really well with the programs that they do, earning income through and putting it out. I still never heard anything about I know that there is a law that if you ask somebody to leave, that you need to have a place for them to go. But if they're not following those rules and regulations that are in that place, where did they go? That needs to be solved, because that's a loophole that we keep going round and round in. There needs to be rules so that people that are in the programs feel safe to be in that program as well. It might sound ridiculous to have drug testing for the SOS, but I don't believe it's ridiculous. And I don't know why they didn't agree to have that back in 2017. I think that is if you're asking for help, if you're asking for meals, then you need to be able to follow the rules and regulations that are coming along with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Todd. I'm from Shellville. I moved to this community about 4 years ago. I enjoy small communities. I was raised in a small community. The problems we're having now are big city problems. This is not the Tenderloin. Yet last week there were girls talking about picking up needles in that park. That is unacceptable. Before everyone rushes off to blame the homeless community, it's not a problem with the homeless community. There are people that genuinely need help. We have a problem with crime, and it's very small at the moment. It will get bigger if something is not done. Instead of paying a security guard to watch that, maybe we should be talking about increasing that man's budget so he can do his job more efficiently. People out there screaming at kids at baseball games while they're trying to do practice, drunk. They need to be rolled up. That's drunk and disorderly. They may be able to drink in that park, but being belligerent, they are not. If they're shooting up in the park and leaving needles, maybe they should be sent off to Santa Rosa to jail, and then they can think about what they're doing. They may only get booked and let go, but there will be a big inconvenience for their day. As they inconvenience society and do not follow the rules, maybe they need to understand that there are rules and there will be consequences for not following them. I'm hoping that something City Council and the police will do is start enforcing more rules. We don't need new rules. We need to enforce the rules we have. Don't scream at kids. Don't grab little girls and throw them in the bushes. My daughter is sitting out baseball this year and she's very upset. We're trying to get her in at Petaluma because Petaluma is safer. And that is disgusting, that we moved to this town and we don't feel safe here.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to talk, but my name is Anya Bailey Orsi. And first, I was born and raised here. I did spend my 20s in Massachusetts, where I worked in an inner city as a paramedic. I have a lot of experience with homelessness in general because of that experience that I had. I played softball on the Field of Dreams. I know, actually opening day, I played. Beautiful place, not really anymore.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer so we can
Sure,
hear it?
yeah,
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. I would like to know what the screening procedures are, or if there are any that they even have in place for the people that they serve. The failed parking program that they already had, why did it fail? Like, was there a reason that they discontinued it? And then if it did fail, what is the reason that they're bringing it back up again? There needs to be some kind of accountability whether it's, I mean, honestly, could they fingerprint the people that are using the services? You know, if you really need the services and you have nothing to hide and you don't have a criminal background, get fingerprinted. Honestly, I mean, I volunteer at my kid's school. I get fingerprinted. You know, there's a million jobs that require fingerprinting. It's an easy thing to do. As a society in general, we have rules, just like basic rules. And if you cannot comply with the basic rules of society, then there should be consequences, honestly. And the acting like the gentleman before me, if you're ranting and raving and drunk and disorderly, there should be some kind of consequence. Really. We can't all go out and just get drunk on the plaza or whatever and have no consequences. There's consequences for that. So I'm wondering what the disconnect between that for our reality and the people that loiter in the parking lot there, why there's not the same reality that I live or everyone else. Anyways, it might sound like I'm don't care. I obviously care. I'm well aware that there's a huge, vast diversity in homeless. I am talking about the few that are causing a huge problem, not the people that really genuinely just need services.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to rise for public comment? Yep.
Good evening. My name is John Cates, 124 East Watma Road. One of the things we hear about is we don't know the story of the homeless. I know the story of one homeless guy, the one that was dropped off across the street from me, thanks to the services in this town. Unscreened, dropped off across the street from me. We're hearing a lot about how they say these people are all from here. But if you can't screen them, how do you know they're from here? They could just lie to you, and you can do nothing about it. I could sit up here for the next 2.5 minutes and just say accountability and common sense, accountability and common sense, but I'm not going to waste anybody else's time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to rise for comment? Seeing none, I'll call. Well,
1 second. Can I ask Orlando just to give us the rules of what he's back there?
yeah, well, let's bring it back to council, and then we've got some questions for you that I heard from staff that or from members of the public that will go ahead. You want to take a break? Let's go and head and take. You want to take a break? Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll bring it back to council. Hi, Amy. It's the phone one. Madeline Agramonte. Paging Madeline Agramonte. Councilman. Four point one, no, 5.1 to the City Council. We heard a couple questions from the audience, and I'd like to make sure that those get answered first. First question was if you disobey the rules of the shelter and are exited with that with the recent Boise decision, what happens to you? Because the Boise decision, the reason the commenter asked the question, I believe, was that the Boise decision states that you cannot move somebody along from sleeping in a public place unless they have somewhere to go. What if they disobey the rules of that somewhere to go? Should I turn that to Kathy King? I feel like she's the expert on this issue.
Yes, we have a incident report that any of the case managers or any of the staff write up, and depending on which program they're in, if they're in the winter shelter, which is out on Watma, that is a facility that is funded by the county, and we are not allowed to screen them because there are low barriers out there. If they are in the parking lot, we have screened every single car, every single person, ran them through Megan's List, ran them through, if there's any problems with their law-abidingness. So the people in the cars have been screened. The people that come to the day services are not screened, not fingerprinted. But if anyone breaks the rules, depending on what the rules are, if two people fight one another, both of them are exited, meaning they cannot come back into the shelter. If someone is, mouthing off or arguing, disrespectful, they get either a 48, depending on a 48 or a 24-hour exit where they cannot use our services. If they come back, they get one more chance, and if they break the rules again, then we exit them and don't give them our services. That means no winter shelter. We've exited people from the parking lot already. We've exited people from the winter shelter. And we have a new protocol where we'll tell the chief of police and the homeless deputy Steve Lucchetti, who we work with quite well, that if someone's exited permanently, we inform them. If they're only exited for 24 hours or 48 hours until sometimes we ask them to come back and apologize to who they were disrespectful to. And they do it. And that's been our procedure. And we've been able to, whittle out some people that are, there's some bad apples. I'm not saying everybody's, plays nice together, but those are the rules we follow, but they're separate for the day program, winter shelter, and the cars. Cars is much stricter. They fill out an application, they sit with the case manager, and Megan's Law is checked, and we want to make sure that the people in the cars are vetted properly.
Thank you. And that, I think, answers another question about vetting as well, which was asked. Drug testing and SOS, does drug testing occur?
So if we suspect that someone is on drugs, we drug test them. And if they test positive, then we exit them.
Okay. And then if people are exited, maybe the chief of police can answer this question. Are we allowed to move them along from other locations in the city if they're exited from our shelter? Because they can't go back there. What's the understanding legally?
I think that's a question for Jeff Walter.
For Jeff Walter, sure.
Well, if exiting means that if they don't, we then can criminally prosecute them, and we do not have a place for them to go in lieu of being criminally prosecuted, that becomes a problem. We can ask people to move on, but it's the criminal prosecution that the Boise lawsuit really directed its attention to, because that was the case there, that the person there was subject to criminal prosecution. And the court ruled that that cannot occur unless there is some alternative means to house that person. The person's offered those alternatives, and the person refuses to take advantage of them.
Great.
Can we just, because I just want to be super clear on this, because I'm not sure everyone in the room is clear. So the court case in Boise, Idaho was basically criminalizing people who were sleeping in public parks. So that was the issue. Jeff, is that correct? Yes. So the issue that has come out of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal is, as a city, if we have people that decide to pitch a tent in the plaza or decide to sleep on a park bench, even though we may have no camping ordinances on our Muni Code, which we do, and even though we cannot move those people along, we have to offer them shelter if we have a shelter bed. And there's a protocol that the sheriff's department has worked through with their legal department in terms of making sure that we are meeting the requirements of the Boise Martin decision, and also then trying to connect folks with services. So this is what we all just saw in the county closure of the Redotta Trail, where before they could move folks off that public bike path, trail, park, facility, they had to stand up Los Golicos. They had to find other opportunities to offer shelter first. So that's the situation that we face.
Ask a follow-up, but I have another question.
So I guess I just want to be clear on this. If somebody has to leave the Haven because they have bad behavior, which isn't criminal, they're obnoxious to the point of intolerable, and they leave the Haven, then they're in the parking lot and they still do those behaviors, are you allowed to ask them to leave?
I don't know if it's a criminal offense to be obnoxious in a public parking lot.
No, let's say it's not. Let's just say they're just really disruptive.
I'm sorry, we exit them from the property. So we have someone that goes in the morning that checks the property. We have a night manager that checks the property. They're not allowed.
Kathy, it's just a
hang out.
different question. It's a legal question.
Legal,
if the
okay.
person insists on staying outside and they have been denied services because of their own behavior, which isn't criminal but is intensely disruptive, do we have to allow them to stay?
No, you don't. It's the police department can only enforce laws, not rules. That's why when we implement the safe parking, if they break a rule, we can't go there and say, okay, you broke this rule, you have to be exited. So we can only enforce laws, not rules.
So until the conduct rises to the point of illegal, you cannot make them leave.
That's right.
I do have I'll get to you, Madeline. There was another question from the audience about that reference crime and that we have an issue with crime. Chief Orlando, I think at the last meeting when we spoke with the whole community there was some discussion of increased police presence at the location and increased, visibility as well. What steps has the police force taken in that direction?
We have increased our patrols in the area. We have roving patrols throughout the day when we're able to do that. And also the city hired security to come in, I believe, at 3 o'clock, and they're there till about 8 or 9 o'clock. And then on Saturday and Sunday, they're there from 8 in the morning to 8 at night.
How many times a day does the sheriff's office roll through there?
We're probably doing them 3 to 4 times a day, at least. And I go in there maybe 3 times a week. So I go in the parking lot, talk to the people that are using the facilities, go into the Haven and talk to the people who are running the program and see how things are going. I built a relationship with some of the people that are using them, and they're very grateful to see me there. They're grateful that we have increased our patrols. And like some of the comments here is that, there's a few people that are out there just being obnoxious and they're causing a problem. And I think peer pressure will eventually kick them out if, besides Kathy, who's basically has a stronger muscle than we do. And she does a good job of that. And also, Marty didn't come up here and speak earlier, which I urged them to, but we are going to work together with Marty, with the Fields of Dreams, and with Kathy to bring a solution to this. They're not for closing down the services or anything. We're trying to figure out maybe a different location for it, if it comes down to that. So I think that's where we're all going to work together to try to find a solution.
Okay.
So again, we don't enforce laws. We can, encourage people to move along.
You do enforce laws, you don't enforce rules.
We don't enforce, exactly. So we can encourage people to move along, but like in this last week when, one of the comments I've heard that somebody came up to me, says it's gotten better. I hope it stays that way, a lot better. But we had increased calls in our community. In the Montini Trail, there's been some graffiti. Starbucks, we get a call there, somebody was acting up, and it's usually some of the people that are hanging out here. So now we're pushing them out, and we really have to find a location where they can be, where can they get services. Some of these transients that are out here need mental health services on top of drug services. So those are the things we need to probably work out.
Thank you. I also have a question for Kathy. We keep saying the word services and day services, and I don't feel like that's well defined. Can you be explicit about what that means?
Well, day services are open from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. People come in and can get a meal. They can get breakfast, lunch, and food to go because we have portable food. They can use the shower. They can use the laundry facility. There's a case manager there right now, 4 days a week, one from Share, one from Interface Shelter, and our own case manager, so they can get case management to help them get into permanent housing or to find a job. The other services we provide is some clothing, that would be underwear, socks, personal hygiene, razors, things like that, shampoo, and also bus passes, so that if someone comes in and they need to go to the doctors or they need to get out of town, or I just gave 2 people bus passes to Stockton so they could go and find a job there and not come back. I said, okay, no backsies. So we have the bus. We also have the taxi. If someone needs medical care, that they can go to Sonoma Valley Hospital, or they can go to the mental health clinic. Mental health clinic comes in once a month, works with our people to try and get them healthier and make appointments for them for teeth, dental. The other services are, we do haircuts once a month. And again, we're trying to restore dignity to people. And this is free of, someone comes from Fairmont Hotel, it cuts $100 haircut. She does it free for us once a month, and people line up and they feel better. They've taken a shower, they have clean clothes, they're not begging anywhere. There's nobody begging in Sonoma. It's just people that come in from outside. So I think that's the thing to keep in mind, that the services, there's probably, trying to think of another, they can charge their phone and also have a little respite. There are 4 beds there. We
All right.
can use them for emergency services. So
Thank you.
That's it.
And then there was another question from the audience on why the previous parking program was discontinued. Can we give an update on that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. It was very, very strict. We had a lot of peace patrol. We also had them leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning, or I think 7, and people did not like that. And so they didn't sign up. They were more afraid. And now there's more people that live in their cars. The average is 32 people we've had for the last 6 months. The highest number was 37 right after the last power outages. People living in their cars. There's just more people living in their cars and more elderly living in their cars. So they're choosing to live in their cars now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember comments. I want to stop taking time here. Go
okay.
ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
I have a question.
Oh,
sorry.
I apologize. Yeah, we'll go with yours. I did skip over you. Microphone.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Would one of the Cathys please go over low barrier again that was forced on?
Yeah, I'll start and then Kathy add on. So this is kind of the journey we started probably about 2 years ago with a council ad hoc to look at a variety of homeless services, and partly the county and the federal government has shifted how they fund things. So they are now, it's this housing first philosophy, and you have to have basically no barriers. I think the language is low barriers. And the issue with the Haven, because it's such a small facility, 1,200 square feet, 4 little micro bedrooms, the Haven had not felt comfortable that they, as an emergency shelter, that they could embrace that low barrier because it was too tight to have all kinds of different people. So
I
with
don't
that,
think you,
I'm sorry.
I don't think you defined it.
So low barrier, so the low barrier, as I understand it, and all, is that basically you are not restricting people to come in. Someone can have a drug, alcohol, active drug issue. Sorry, thank you, Councilmember Harrington. So those issues, they can have active issues that then, versus what the Haven had done before, is they were basically saying, you are someone you think we can work in this small space where you can stay in the shelter. You who, has some of these issues, we don't think you can stay. So they could say yes or no. With the new funding, you can't say yes or no. There are these low barriers. So with that then came kind of a review and looking at, well, how do you maybe shift services? Plus, as I think Kathy King said, people were staying for 6 months at the emergency shelter. They weren't kind of moving through. So there are a variety of issues that were looked at by the ad hoc and then with the county subcommittee. Kathy, you want to add on?
Just to be clear, we random tested all the residents. There was always a spot check, and we did not let people in after we refused the county money. We kept the shelter open, and it was priority Sonoma residents, Sonoma Valley residents, women and children. So they had to be tested to stay in and they had to be signed up for programs, Alcoholics Anonymous, whatever programs they were, and they had to meet with the case manager. So we had very strict guidelines when we were operating on our own without without the county's low barriers, because someone could come absolutely higher than a kite and just disrupt everything. So we kept it fairly tight for the drug testing and the services while they were in the Haven.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's no place for them to go, like Kathy said. They were staying 6 months, 8 months. We were a bed and board.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Harrington.
Okay, so, this being our second recent meeting on this, I don't want to rehash everything. I'd just like to make a proposal about how we move forward, and I think there are two fronts. In connection with the safe parking, I think that is what we should have the ad hoc address. I think that should be members of the council, members of the community, obviously Kathy King or whoever she, nominates. So that group of people, the stakeholders group, should work on the safe parking program. I have suggested using our parking spaces behind here. There may be some reason to do that or not, but I would leave it to that group to figure it out. The second thing I think should happen is that there needs to be an amended use permit application made with the city. Perhaps the city is making its own amended use permit application. I will leave that to the staff to figure out, and that needs to be heard by the Planning Commission. The current cost of security is $19,000 a month. That's $228,000 a year. That represents 11% of our entire reserves, which are supposed to be spent on emergencies. Obviously, hopefully our economy continues going strong as long as possible, but at some point it will not. So spending $228,000, which is more than we spend on all of our entire recreation budget, it's an entire high-level staff position. It could be spent on an additional sheriff. That is a tremendous amount of money that we cannot continue to expend. That's not something that we, as a city, we don't have a spare 228. So my proposal is that within 30 days, the amended use permit application be made, and that within 60 days, that be heard by the Planning Commission to determine, to have a public process on the use permit and all the uses and all of the questions that people have about what uses are allowed and who can do what and when's it going to take place and how many people are going to go there, that all of that be taken care of in the time period when we have the additional security in place, because I think, to be clear, we cannot afford that security all year. So it's going to go away at some point, and I would like to resolve the use permit issue in the next 60 days. And then on the parking issue, I think we should be doing that simultaneously. One of the major problems we have is that the county has completely shirked their responsibility to the valley Yes, in connection with mental health and also in connection with homeless services. And so now we're in a position where there are not services being provided in the rest of the valley, and so our services are being taxed a lot. And I fully appreciate that the people that are facing desperate people who are hungry do not want to turn them away, because that feels so cruel. But we need to have a better system, and we need more support from the county for sure, because we cannot, with all the people that are coming, we can't do it. And so at some point we're going to have to put up some limits and be really clear about what we can do, and then we need to advocate effectively with the county and the state for what we need them to do so that we can serve the most amount of people. And I think obviously that's really hard, and people have been trying to do it, but you know, at some point people may think we're there now, other people may think we're not there. We're going to reach maximum capacity or exceed it, and so we're going to have to make these demands at some point of the county and the state to also do their part. So I think we could address these issues with that program going forward, and I think it is really important to have the conversation about what the uses are, what we can accommodate in Sonoma, all of those things, what the city can afford. You know, if you want additional money, like, what are we cutting? Who are we cutting? You know, are we cutting kids' summer camp? Is that what we're cutting? I don't know. But we're going to have to go, if you want $100,000, we're going to have to cut somebody. So if we're going to have those discussions, let's have them. But I also think it's really important that sometimes committees don't wind up doing anything. People know that. It's like, form a committee and it sounded great, and then it's like, well, it didn't really turn into anything. The Planning Commission has legal authority. They can review the issues that have been put forward here. Their decision is appealable to the City Council, who are people that you elect, who can be held responsible by the voters. And I think it's really important that we follow that process. And again, we just can't follow the rules with people that we don't like and then tell our friends they don't have to follow the rules, because that's the end of, you know, a fair democracy. So that's my proposal.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Sure, thank you. It's interesting, when we met the other day, I guess last week, with the people from the Field of Dreams, we actually walked away with some kind of a plan. I was so excited about. Now we're talking about permits. That's okay, I understand, I think it's important. A little bit of 11th hour thing, that's, you know, I have intuition here, I'm not the smartest person in the room, but I really wanted to work on this Field of Dreams thing. I have a son, he played sports. I would never, as you have said, want to drop my kids off in that situation. So I agree with that. So now we don't deal with the Field of Dreams. We're moving on. There were like 9 to 11 points that I thought we were going to discuss. That's gone. So I'm sorry. You know, I thought we were going to come here for that. I think Marty even said that. The whole thing's changed now. I apologize, you know, to the Kates. I can't imagine, but it seems as if we're at a crossroads, and I'm sorry that it ended up this evening the way it was, because I think that meeting the last week was wonderful. You know, you had your own opinions, worthy, but everybody saw that there was some kind of need. Don't know what that is. We don't even know it. They throw millions at it in San Francisco. They still don't have an answer. So I just apologize to the Field of Dreams. I was really expecting to work on this evening. So everything is sort of switched.
So I think all of the things that you talked about, which I don't know what all the points are, but could certainly be included in the conditions of use and the use permit. And so I don't think that work was done in vain.
But this is immediate. This has nothing to do with the use permit. It has to do with the stupid signs. Where are they? You know, you tell people to park in a certain space. You don't even put a number on the ground. I'm sorry. My husband must have fallen asleep. He's afraid, I guess. But I'm just apologize to the Field of Dreams. I apologize to the Kates, because I felt that there was going to be something, and now will be an extended period of, you know, permits and stuff. But I would still like to see it. Those things, you know, when people are there after 1, they have to leave. If the cars are inoperable, they have to be towed. Who pays for those? Those are some of the simple little resolutions, I think, that we talked about, and it's gone.
Well, and those are all things that can be addressed when we go through a use permit process and talk about how many people are going to be there.
This is something
But-
that could be done right now. I'm
But I
sorry,
think
Mr.
right
Mayor.
now, I think we can talk about security. We can still talk about that. We can still talk about ad hoc. We can still develop a parking ad hoc as well. And I think we do need to settle this question of the use permit as a public body. I think that legal question does need to be settled. But I think we can also talk about other things. I apologize, Councilmember Cook. You've been asking to talk for a while. Please go ahead.
Well, I'd like to start out by commending Kathy King and the SOS. Done a great job and continuing doing a great job, and you are not getting the support that you need. The county has totally dropped this ball, and so has the state of California. City of Sonoma, this local jurisdiction trying to take care of this, without regional partnerships, we can't do it. I always go back to the Safe Ride program or Safe Parking program that we were talking back in 2016. My biggest fear, and the reason I voted against it, is because I knew that it was going to overtax the SOS. I knew that it was going to be just too much, and it became too much. And the county keeps hitting this wall where we're not fixing the problems of the homeless. You know, mental services and addiction. We need to have those services around the area where the homeless are. Not saying that that's all that 100% is why they're homeless. There's definitely other issues, but we need to hit it straight on. I agree with everything that Councilmember Harrington said. I believe that we need to go through that process, and that's where a lot of things come up in that use permit. I do agree with the security. I'm a fiscal responsible individual, and I see that number and it's really high, and it does scare me because I know that we don't have those kind of funds. But we're at a tipping point. Joe Rodetta Trail was proof that there are some major issues going on. There is a disconnect between the county and the cities. I was at a mayor's and council meeting a week ago, and it came up. I mean, there's a disconnect. It's just not Sonoma and the county. It's almost all the jurisdictions. We have to get together, and we got to fix this. I think it's a poor location where it's at. Maybe back when that was the location that they were looking at, things were different. So maybe it made sense here at the police department. But our police are not here at this building. It's just next to a building. The officers are out. It's not like there's somebody manning here or having the police right here. And I talked to Kathy a little bit during the break, and I don't want her to be demonized, and I definitely know that she's done a great job, and I commend you for that. But times are changing, and you need a lot more support. What I'd like to do is exactly everything Amy said, plus what has already been enacted by our city manager. But during that process, we need to find another location, and it's going to take regional support. So I want to make sure that one of the stakeholders that we have in this is the county, and tell the county we need help. And there'll be a lot of legal questions for our lawyer. I mean, can we find a spot outside our jurisdiction that we can share services? Something maybe like Los Gilicos, but different than Los Gilicos, because Los Gilicos does not have any mental health services or addiction. And there's not any common sense to any of this. And I know the board of supervisors have thrown money at this. I mean, you talk about $2 million at Los Gilicos. You talk about buying $1 million houses to only house 7 people. We need to help everyone, not just the 60 people over there, and not just the 7 people here or the 7 people there. Everyone. And it's going to take a village. And I think looking around here, every one of you are a stakeholder, and we can work together. I just want to make sure after this meeting that we have it in place with security, that I don't hear that parents don't want to have their kids come to the ball fields. We need to fix that. That is our problem. It's not the Field of Dreams' problem. It's our problem. And we can work with the police department and Kathy King and my colleagues on the council, the city manager, and the security firms to make sure that we get a little safety back here. Because every person that I have talked to about this, I have 4 children. My little 3.5-year-old daughter, Lila, her best friend's mother was speaking here. And I feel for this because I understand. I don't want children not to be able to play. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we, help the homeless. And finding a different location is going to be the end result. It's just what's going to have to happen. But between that period of time, and I agree with what Madeline Agramonte, or Councilmember Agramonte said, we cannot kick this can down the road for even another two weeks to a month. It is time that we get in some strong discussions with the county and say, look, we have a problem and we're going to fix it. Thank you.
One last, just if you, San Gulagos, I can't say it right, Los Gilagos, cost $11.63 million. Guess what they did to get that money? Cut the programs of money, including this little shelter.
Yeah, I mean,
But I still apologize to Field of Dreams. I'm sorry to you, for you people. You came, and we didn't help you tonight.
got one more? All right, okay. Just want to make sure.
Mr. Mayor, could I help
okay.
offer a suggestion how we address these various issues? I think we have at least 3 in my mind. One is this committee, and what is its charge? Does it include not only dealing with the parking issue, but also seeking out potentially a different location?
Yes, I would like, through the mayor, I would like to see that be.
So that's one thing, the committee and what is its charge. Number 2, the authorization for security. And I think each of these should be addressed separately, would be my recommendation. The third issue is the use permit. It's not actually on the agenda, and I'm a little worried about the council directing that a use permit be applied for. What I'm suggesting is that you direct staff to research what needs to be applied for and come back with a recommendation to the council at the earliest possible time. So you would then know what you are looking at in terms of the use permit. There's still some question in my mind factually as to what was intended in 2005. What was the program? You'll notice that the condition of approval that David was summarizing begins, the shelter shall be operated under contract, the terms of which shall be subject to the review and approval of the city council. The contract shall include a management plan and house rules for the shelter addressing at a minimum the following, and then there's a list of conditions. So we need to take a look at that contract. We need to sort of explore what was the original intent of that shelter. And I think there's been some comments here that maybe some of the use permit that was issued in 2005, in fact, is being complied with. That what's going on now is some of which is consistent. So we need to figure out what part isn't. We certainly know the hours of operation are not. But
Well, I guess it would depend on what you thought the definition of shelter was. Does shelter include something that's primarily a navigation center? Because once you define the word shelter, which isn't defined, but if you used a common sense definition of shelter, you would assume that it related to people staying there.
Well, since 2005, I learned this today, the development code has been amended to include a definition of emergency shelter, and it's also been amended to provide that certain types of emergency shelters are permitted as of right. A use permit's not even required. So how does that impact what we're going to do going forward? And
Especially if it's not a shelter and it's actually a day services program.
Yeah, so here's my point, and that goes to my point. I think a little bit more exploration needs to be done before we launch into a permit process. And I would recommend that, since it's not on the agenda, the council don't make definitive decisions on that other than to say, staff, look into that, come back with a suggested approach, and do that as quickly as possible.
May I speak to the attorney? Thank you. Mr. Walter, I passed 11 points that the Field of Dreams we worked out that day. You know, I read those off to them. They seem to be perfectly willing to take a look at it. I passed it on, and I just wanted to let you know that there are 10 or 11 points that were talked about with respect to the safety. And I think the chief was there and he heard them as well. So I would like that, when you said the parking safety, if we could look at that as well.
I guess what I'm thinking is, I wouldn't agree to spend $19,000 a month for 2 months with no plan. And so saying staff work on it and come back with a plan, and maybe we'll go in a public process with the planning commission, or maybe we won't. I could never agree to that because nothing is going to change in 2 months without a plan. That's my opinion. So a condition of approving the requested funds for me would have to be that they went through that process. So whatever the past use was, I'm not clear why a clear express what they want to do today, why can that not be put forward publicly? I don't understand why there would be any hesitation about saying, these are all the things we do. We want to make sure that everybody knows what we're doing. These are the rules. I don't care what was said before. This is what we're doing right now. This is 2020, and we're putting it before you. But I wouldn't vote to support any just pay $19,000 for 2 months until we can't afford it anymore and cut a bunch of other programs with no plan. I could never support that. And I think that when we talk about doing the security, I don't see why saying that the condition for doing the security is bringing forward a use permit application. That seems related.
Again, as I said before, our own zoning code does exempt from the permit process a type of emergency shelter. Whether this complies with it or not, I do not know. I don't know exactly what their entire program entails. We've heard quite a bit of information about that tonight. And whether you can impose a condition that you want a use permit applied for as a condition to your support for the security cost, I mean, that's an interesting proposition. I don't really have a good sense of whether that's a good thing to do or not in terms of the Brown Act. It makes me nervous because we don't have any indication in the agenda that the use permit decision is going to be compelled by this council tonight. So I would be reluctant to do that. I think if we want to have the council tee up the issue of a permit must be applied for, I think that should come back to the council in a separate agenda.
So I would only support doing the funding of security for 2 weeks, and I would ask that that be on the council agenda for 2 weeks, because without a concrete plan, nothing is happening, and that security is going to be needed the entire sports season, which is only now starting.
So our next meeting is Monday, March 2nd. So that meeting is about 2 weeks, but again, the agenda's got to come out ahead of time. Staff has been able to do some research into this issue, but there is additional work that needs to be done. We could bring back to you at least an update and what we know and some additional information enough that you could, I think, give us direction at the March meeting, which is 2 weeks away. Currently, the contract, the security contract is for 2 weeks. I could extend that to kind of take us through, maybe the Friday of that week in order to continue it but not do the full 60 days. I do think that regardless of the use permit, I do believe that there is some real value, though, to having the stakeholders sit down and talk about safe parking, some parameters with Field of Dreams. I think there's some interim conversations that could be fed into your longer use permit conversation too, but it starts those conversations about the interface between Field of Dreams and some of the services that are being offered by SOS. So I'm not sure that we necessarily would have to kind of wait for the full use permit conversation. I think there is I do think there are some ideas and refinement things that could be worked on and then could be council you could look at. And then those could be then continued forward into a use permit process as well. But it does feel like there was some initial work, and I think there are some ideas that could be included, and you could have an ad hoc doing some of that work and bringing back to you as well.
I'd like to talk for a little bit, if I could. It seems to me that there's 2 steps to this process. One, we've got to tighten up security in a real strong way and make sure that it's clear that the rule of law will be enforced here, that there is a security presence, that the police are more visible in a way so that people feel secure. I think we have to settle the question of a use permit, and I think through that process we can develop better rules and a more community conversation for what the Haven is as it exists today. And I think that has changed. And I think that our community's relationship with the Haven has changed as well. I agree with Councilmember Agramonte that conversations between Field of Dreams and Haven should continue. I think that we should be dealing with those things directly because those are direct inputs that are going to affect the way that our community operates. I think that we should also, at the next meeting, bring back some sort of language that allows us to ban alcohol from that field, except for the uses of maybe we can have some permit that Field of Dreams can apply for the times that they need it. Because I think that giving that law to Chief Rodriguez allows him to exit a certain number of people that may be obnoxious. And I don't know that we can make a law that people can't yell. I doubt that that's legal, but that would be interesting. In any case, I really do agree with the perception that a lot of this has to do with the way that the county has handled the homeless situation. And to be slightly generous to them, this is on top of a 2017 fire that was huge, a 2018 huge effort and push towards emergency preparedness, and then a 2019 fire. And all of those things combined, a lot of county effort and time and services and money were pulled off of issues, and homelessness increased dramatically during that time. And we got to this point, and I think what I would characterize as a very political decision was made to kick people off the Joe Rodota Trail, move them to another location in the valley outside of where services are in the city of Santa Rosa. Our supervisor got rolled in that decision, and that was very unfortunate. I've been to the Los Guilicos site. I do think that it is a fairly well-run operation. There are services out there, and they're moving forward in that direction. But we need a lot more support, and what the county has done is to cut services for us. Thankfully, it looks like the state is picking up action here, and there may be some solutions on the horizon. There may be money on the horizon, and that's what we eventually need. So I think we all have to be aware that this is a massive crisis that we're dealing with. People brought up the fact that I saw a quote recently that I think is really important, that people need to recognize that they're always a few months away from being homeless, but never a few months away from being a millionaire. And I think that's certainly true in my situation. That's certainly true in a lot of our working family situations, and we need to have some amount of backstop services. The city of Sonoma's role in this is much smaller than what we've been asked to do. And we haven't had a county that's been super supportive and helpful in this regard. And we haven't had a state, but I do think that things are moving in that direction. We need to tighten up security here, period. And I think we're moving in that direction. I appreciate that the chief is there, he's present, he's visible. And I would encourage you to increase that visibility as much as possible. Have police officers walk the path. And I understand that we only have limited resources there, but we need to make sure that that visibility is there. And I think the security is very important, at least especially during the games. But even outside of the games, I've had comments from just general members of the public, and especially women, that they feel uncomfortable just walking that section of the bike path. That's unacceptable to me. That should be unacceptable to this community, and it is. And we need to move in a direction that ends that. I think Kathy is doing a great job with limited resources. I think that what you provide is a needed service in our community. And I would like to go through the use permit process with that in mind and safety in mind as well. I think that we can be successful in that. I think we have a high quality planning commission that is aware of these issues and that cares about the community. I would expect it to be appealed to council, and we can continue that discussion here. And that's where we're going to get into more and more of these solutions. I think that we need to approve the security contract. I would like to get into discussions with the police to see if there's a better way, or if there are other security firms that are more reasonable, but it looks like no. It's a lot of money. And we need to be concerned about that, but it's also the safety of our community, which is, I mean, how do you put a price on that? So, as far as if it's to Councilmember Harrington's point, if it's extremely important to you that we have a slated meeting before we approve more this funding, I'm fine to vote for that. I'm fine to move in that direction. We can bring this back. Can we bring this back in the next meeting? Are we capable of that? As far as moving forward with the permit process?
We can bring back a conversation to provide some greater background on the use permit and then get council's formal direction at that point. We can also bring back the broader funding request, and again, under my signature kind of expenditure authority, I can continue the service, kind of for about 3 weeks, assuming the council is okay with that. So then I think the only question I still would like some clarity on from council, and we may want to, probably would be good to take a few informal votes here to get some, but it also, is there any ad hoc committee going to be working at all with Field of Dreams and SOS of kind of putting some of those pieces together over the next couple weeks as well? And that information that could then be brought back to council, or so looking for the
I
preference
absolutely
of
think that we
council.
need council to have ad hocs, to have direction on this. I think that we need to take ownership of this, and members of our council need to. It seems like everybody on council wants to be a member of this ad hoc. So, Madeline doesn't? The long term. Yeah. Microphone. Microphone.
I'm sorry. I thought it was in my living room. Sorry. But I would prefer to work, with the Field of Dreams people to make sure that those immediate things that they've asked for are actually done.
Okay, so Madeline would like to be
Oh, go ahead.
on safe parking, and then, okay. And
So-
then we want to develop another ad hoc.
Well, I just wanted to say, I understand that the city attorney is not sure that making it a condition is allowable, but certainly we can do whatever we want. Correct? It's near not saying it's wrong, it's possible.
Oh, yes, you can do whatever you want.
No, I'm saying, you're not saying that it is a Brown Act violation, you're saying maybe.
I'm saying that if that were allowed, then you could avoid the Brown Act virtually every time. Any items on the agenda, you make a motion to approve that item, but make it conditioned on taking action that's on an item that's not on the agenda. I'm concerned of the implications of that. I think it's a backhand way maybe of violating the Brown Act, and I just don't think I don't.
Because I'm really concerned about what I heard from staff, that you will bring back options. You are being directed to come back in 2 weeks with the following. Within 30 days of today's date, there will be an amended use permit, and it will go to the planning commission. Because I don't want to we already had this whole meeting. I don't want to have this meeting again. Not, we don't want to do it, or we're going to have some process that takes 6 years. Like, that's the direction.
So I guess I am trying to walk a little bit of a line. I understand the direction of, where you are, Councilmember Harrington, and again, I'm looking at the legal advice from our council in terms of, not being quite that directive. There's a way to hear feedback from each of you that is clear without you taking any formal direction at a meeting. So I am hearing general feedback that there is an interest in providing clarification and an update through the use permit. That is, I'm hearing general support of that, and we would come back at the next meeting with additional background, so you all have documents in front of you, but that, I'm hearing that as feedback. I'm not hearing that as you giving me formal direction tonight.
I have a question. If what has happened is staff has discovered that we have an entity that we sanction that is in some ways outside the use of its use permit, why wouldn't we just bring that directly to Planning Commission anyway to get an amended use permit? Why is it necessary for the council to direct that if staff has already discovered that and their expert opinion determines that that's the case?
That is also a road that could go directly that way. Again, if the council wants, there are policy decisions at points where the council brings things comes to you first because you want to say, I want to go here. And then planning commission go figure out the details on how to get me here. So one of the questions is basically what are the services that the council still wants to have continued? If what we're looking at is the continued services, we're looking at what are the services currently, and we want clarity and whatever conditions and parameters around those current services, that could go straight for an update or an amendment to the use permit without coming back to council. There are some, again, there's some legal research that we've looked at a little bit, but we have not kind of opened all that. But all that could come back to planning commission, would necessarily need to come to you. So, that is one of the roads forward.
So I guess I understand the Brown Act violation concern better then. If we're going to say, here's all the things that we want to change about the planning, about the use permit, then that's a different thing. And then we're going to send that to planning commission to get us there. That's a totally different discussion than we've discovered that the use permit is out of whack, and therefore the planning commission needs to go through it and amend it in a way that it becomes acceptable.
Well, that's why I think we're in a weird spot, because just like I asked, what would you do if somebody is out of conformity with their use permit? You said we're complaint driven, so if somebody does a complaint and we look into it and they're correct, the city on its own will take action. And I think it would be really weird if people would complain and then you would come to the city council and have a political vote, and then the city council would vote whether or not you would take action on a complaint that had merit. I don't think that could be the system. That's the system we're talking about, is like, if you guys want to look into it, we will, and if you don't, we won't. What if people have complaints about them not being in compliance? Somebody said they had a complaint tonight.
Councilmember Cook?
Yeah, I mean, could we could just post a special meeting and have that as an item that we talk. It sounds like to me like timing is the issue, so we could just have a special council meeting.
Or we could just send it to planning commission.
Or there were complaints made tonight about them being out of compliance with the use permit, so.
Yeah, you could leave it to the normal enforcement process.
Yes.
And that is be my recommendation.
So were the complaints that were made today sufficient to start the process?
Certainly investigate the veracity of the complaints and see if they're correct or not. Check the law to see if we have a legal basis for either revoking the use permit or requiring it be amended.
Great.
I don't want to see, so the process would be that this would be brought to planning commission and they would make a decision on what? On whether to revoke or amend.
We will decide as staff what the appropriate process is.
The normal process would be a complaint is made, an investigation is conducted by the city. If the complaint has merit, then they could go to the planning commission and discuss that.
That's right.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, that would also require a 20-day public notice before we get to see a planning commission meeting. So just looking at the dates ahead, I want to kind of give you that information. March 12th, we're beyond that. We've already done our notification for that meeting. Our meeting after that, and this again, assuming that we don't do a special planning commission meeting, would be April the 9th. Following that would be May 14th. Then we're getting beyond 30, 60 days unless we choose a specific special date to do that.
20 regular days or?
20 calendar days.
20 calendar days.
And the decision before planning commission would be TBD.
Yes.
Typically, in this case, is what would the decision be?
Well, we have to investigate to see whether or not these complaints are valid, to the extent of the violations, and whether we think it warrants revocation. We're going to meet with the property owner to see if there's a way for them to correct their mistake. You typically go to the property owner and say, listen, you painted the building green and your conditions required blue. Can you repaint it blue in the next 10 or 15 days? If they say, no, we're not going to do that, then you move forward to revoke the permit, seek injunction to have the painting changed to the color that they were required. There's a variety of options that are available to you, and the same approach could be taken here and would be taken here.
Can I make a motion, or you want to say something?
I'm just concerned. I don't want to get in a situation where we're going to immediately shut this down, pull services from every single person. I don't want to see that. And I would like to see a situation where we are going about this in a sensible way. And I understand the legal ramifications here. This has been effectively a legal non-conforming use for a long time, or non-conforming use for a while, right? In some ways. So I don't know. That's my concern, is that the recommendation is end everything
So
in a sudden way.
if it went to the
I'm-
planning commission, it could be appealed to the city council. So if it went to the planning commission and they took the radical step of closing the Haven, which I think is 100% guaranteed would not happen, but if it did, certainly it could be appealed to the city council, and any city council member who wanted to could appeal it themselves.
Let me throw something in, I'm sorry.
Go for it, yeah, of course.
Okay, so where's fault in this? Does fault even come into this? I mean, it's not SOS's fault. So there's a fault somewhere here. The city, there's some fault that they didn't find this. So where's the fault? That's all. I just want to know if you're going to be looking at a use permit, I'd like to know how this all happened.
Okay.
But I agree with you.
You're talking about shutting them down, and you're not talking about public safety.
We're not. Sir, please, the conversation, I don't think, is about shutting them down. The conversation is about amending a use permit. I have serious concerns about if that were to happen, that we would lead to a larger problem throughout the city of Sonoma. I think the Haven does a lot of good work, and I think they keep our broader community safe. I've talked to Kathy and talked to business owners who've called and had a person sleeping behind their house or behind their business, and Kathy's gone out there and taken care of it. So I am concerned about this process leading in that direction. I agree with Councilmember Harrington that I think that that's very unlikely. And then safety-wise, I definitely want to approve funding for security. I think the steps Orlando has taken to increase the amount of police presence there is a great step. I think that the greater connection between SOS and Field of Dreams has massively increased. I think the putting of signs up there have increased security. I think that the removal of alcohol as a possibility or a allowable use is also increasing security and ability for our police officers to do their job. So I think we're making great strides in the issue of security, and I appreciate that. So I don't know. Do you want to make a motion?
Okay, I make a motion to, number one, approve security for a period of now until our next city council meeting, at which time we will have updates perhaps on the complaint that's been made. To form an ad hoc subcommittee, which will be comprised of 2 city council members, someone from youth sports, someone from a homeless advocacy, and anyone else? No, I'm just talking about an ad hoc to work on.
Are we going to
Scratch
name
that.
community members, or are we just naming 2 council members and then they'll call members of the community?
So maybe we'll do it first. So number one is a vote on funding for 2 weeks,
Let's do that
update at the next meeting. That's my motion.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte? Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0-1.
So then the next thing would be the ad hoc, we already have an ad hoc subcommittee for safe parking, and can you remind me who's on that?
It's Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Agamonte.
Do we have formal members of the public on there or no?
No, and my recommendation is you have the ad hoc, and then the ad hoc can work with staff to determine, council can just say you want a variety of stakeholders. If you actually, as the council, appoint the individual members, it becomes subject to the Brown Act. And then we've got to do noticing, et cetera, and we will not be able to move as quickly.
How are
So-
we gonna select the members from the children's sports or children's advocates?
Can we have people email and list qualifications why they'd like to be on the thing? I mean, we are on the ad hoc.
I think what we might want to do would be, I mean, we've been talking to folks in the Field of Dreams, there's girls softball, there's also baseball. So there's probably a coalition of about 3 or 4 voices that could represent kind of the youth sports and the different stakeholder groups that are involved. So probably a couple folks from Field of Dreams and a couple of the actual individual organizations that are renting and leasing that space. So I think between 3 to 5 folks, and staff's been having conversations, they've been reaching out to, so I think we have a good sense of who some of those people are. Clearly SOS needs to be at the table,
And then we had a suggestion from somebody in the audience that we have somebody with a lived experience also participate.
Agree.
I'm sure SOS can also help us with that.
So, in whose discretion would the invitations be made?
You would leave that in your ad hoc, so staff would meet with the ad hoc, and then the ad hoc would look at kind of the composition. And that way it is an ad hoc, committee and not a standing committee.
So maybe it's that the ad hoc meet with the stakeholders over the next 30 days concerning the safe parking programs and report back to the full city council at that time about recommendations for safe parking going forward, including alternate locations, one of which being our parking spaces, and rules like Madeline discussed, like painting the numbers, items that might make it less conflict.
Clarity.
Great.
Clarity.
Councilmember Harrington, you want to include the charge that they also begin the process of looking potentially for a different location.
It's a separate ad
altogether?
hoc.
I think that's a separate item.
Separate?
Yeah. So do we need to vote on that or just?
No, if
No.
you're moving forward, you've already, I think, characterized this motion to the extent that you want to, and it could be seconded.
Oh, okay.
You're creating, you're basically using
Roll call
existing
vote.
ad hoc
Roll call vote.
to undertake this task.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Here it comes. Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0-1.
And then I think the third item on finding a new spot, I did talk to Kathy Capriola about this earlier. I think that the primary people who should be tasked with that, which is reaching out to the county about partnering, it has to start with staff. There is not a role, I don't think the beginning role is for volunteers to figure out where we're going to get county and state money and where it could possibly be and how to leverage those things, because we know that in order to do anything else, we're going to need those resources. And so I would say the start would be assign staff to embark on that project of partnering to find a better location, and then it could be later that stakeholders are needed to have key meetings, but I don't know that having a standing committee, what would the standing committee do? Like look at sites? I think it's staff work, and then when the time is right, certainly all of us would be willing to advocate with whoever it might be necessary to advocate with.
I think there's going to be some direction that might be needed from council at certain injunctions. I certainly agree with you that staff is going to have a lot more expertise there, but just having a couple of named members who are expected to be, reported to at semi-intervals. I'd take the advice from the city manager on this as well.
Yeah, I do think there's some, there's just some groundwork to do, and outreach. There may be a time to time when it may be helpful to have an elected voice in the room, especially potentially if there's we're meeting with other county electeds. I believe I always have the prerogative kind of to pull the mayor or vice mayor, potentially. I mean, that's kind of your structure. Pull the mayor or vice mayor into that if that's needed. If you do want to, have a different ad hoc to be part of that, then you could appoint that. But if over the next kind of 90 days that this rolls out, if there was a need, that would be kind of, without someone appointed, that would be my go-to.
I'm comfortable with either,
Yeah, I'm comfortable with being a point person for that, if that's a better way to go about it, for sure.
So maybe we could say, we would like to get a report back in not less than 90 days on staff's efforts to reach out and collaborate with county and state officials regarding the issue of finding an alternate location or other efforts.
Just in the interest of staff, I mean, we've got a huge piece of cannabis coming up right now that's going to be taking a lot of time. There's going to be a lot of other things that are coming along. I mean, like, is there...
Huge piece of cannabis? It's like this big?
It's a big... We've got some major cannabis coming through. So is that enough time? Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, I think we can always
I mean,
provide
there's a sense of
an
urgency
we can
here as
provide
well.
an interim update, but by no means will this be solved and something brought to you on a silver platter. And I think you all clearly recognize that. Yeah. So, but we could provide an update in 90 days, and it may be more of a kind of a verbal report for, and just an update to you where we are and where we may need additional assistance. There are, and some of you know this, there's definitely a lot of conversations happening with all the cities about how do we do this as a county and as a region. You know, the county's been kind of on their own trying to do a variety of things, and the cities and the city managers and city councils are clear that we all need to be in this together because the impacts are hitting all of our communities, and this needs to be, we need some strategy and we need everyone at the table.
So maybe in 90 days, the goal for the presentation can be a roadmap of what you think, what needs to get done, you know, kind of paint for us like a little work plan maybe by that time about how shall we approach it? Because I don't even have a sense of what the steps are.
I think it may also be useful to have the county come in and do some kind of update on where they're at with homelessness. And I've gotten a lot of outreach from members of the community about why SDC, Sonoma Developmental Center, can't be used as a homeless site. So many members of our community have identified that. And I don't have a clear understanding as why that's not a possibility. It may relate to access to services, it may relate to asbestos in the buildings, it may relate to a whole host of other issues, but I think defining that and having a clear answer to that may also be a good piece. So I would love to see the county come through, kind of explain the Los Gillicos site in greater detail and what's going on. Just a good presentation would be very useful.
And I would just add to that, I recently looked at, Governor Newsom released a map of surplus state land. And so there are 2 sites in all of Sonoma County. There is a 0.16 acre parcel that's owned by Caltrans in Santa Rosa, and there is 80 acres in the SDC. So when you look at the map of surplus land owned by the state of California in Sonoma County, essentially the only surplus land which the state has offered for homeless services is the SDC.
Motion?
I guess the motion is that the city manager will embark on this work of locating a new spot for the Haven and other services and report back in 90 days. And at that time, whether the report is verbal or written, perhaps give us a work plan, a roadmap of what this work looks like and kind of where we're going with it. Understanding that it's a multi-year project.
And also understanding that this is really something that the city's not doing solo. This is us clear in partnership with county and potential other agencies.
Yeah.
We'd like to hear from the
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, please. Rebecca Barr.
Councilmember Harrington?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break. 2-minute break. Adjourn for a 2-minute break.
Thank you.
it going?
Wait just a minute. I need their agreement.
All right.
We're doing.
We're gonna bunt some, we're gonna kick some stuff, huh?
So, Mayor Harvey, members of the council, can I maybe just suggest a few modifications to your agenda based on the time tonight?
Accepted.
So it's currently 9:30. There are a few items that are not time sensitive and could be continued, and I think it'd be good for everyone to be fresh when we're talking about them. And there are some items that we need to go through tonight. So we were going to do a public hearing. These were two parts. This is for your housing impact fee. The first was to approve the non-residential, and the second was to have a kind of a final refined policy conversation about residential. I recommend we take both of those potentially and
Yeah, could you just do the numbers?
6.1. So my recommendation is 6.1, we push to the next meeting. But we will need to open that public hearing, continue it to the next meeting if that's a pleasure of council. We do need to give you a brief update of capital improvement projects. We have some time-sensitive items that are coming that I want to make sure you're aware of. Quarterly investment report, we think could be fairly brief and we'd like to do. That also could get pushed if you need. The audit, 7.3, we need to hear tonight. And the pavement condition index, this is a fairly brief report. It could also be pushed, and we can kind of wait and see where your energy is. So, but in
I would like
terms
to
of-
only do the audit. And what's the other one we need to have?
The capital
Yeah.
improvement.
I'd rather push 6.1 and do pavement, and the other one, I just feel like we can do it quick. Push through it, because otherwise it's just gonna be on the next agenda. We're gonna have homelessness issue on the next agenda as well.
Well,
There's
can we
gonna be
just assume for the purposes of the items that everyone has read their packet, nothing in the packet needs to be resaid, and that the packet is available online for those at home who have not read it yet?
I think staff can be very brief in the presentation they're doing and just hit the kind of key points and messages and then hear if we got questions from council. All right, so I do
Great.
need you, if that's the pleasure of the council, I do need you to
Like to open
the
item
public hearing and
6.1?
continue it.
Yeah. I'd like to open item 6.1 for public comment,
Public hearing.
public hearing.
You're-
So it's moving it to,
Go ahead.
It would be continuing it to the March 3rd city council meeting.
we'll be
March 2nd.
continuing
March 2nd, I'm sorry.
item 6.1 to March 2nd council meeting.
Is that a motion or?
I'd like to move that we continue item 6.1 to March 2nd.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Councilmember Harrington?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte? Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes. Do
Thank
we do
you. The
public
motion
comment on
carries
that?
401.
I'd like to open public comment regarding the move of item 6.1 to March 2nd.
Oh.
Correct? No?
Oh, we already voted on
This
it.
is
Yeah.
public comment is
Do
open
it backwards. Yeah.
on the in lieu fees and the impact fees?
Only on the continuance.
Only on the
Only the
continuance.
continuation.
Okay.
Is March 2nd a good date for you?
We'll see you in a few weeks, Fred.
I'll be visiting my mom in New Jersey.
Oh,
Send your comments in writing.
Please.
Please.
all right. On to item 7.1.
Okay, the next item is Colleen Ferguson, our Public Works Director. We had a PowerPoint here. She's going to kind of hit the key points on a PowerPoint. This is to give you an update about our capital improvement projects. There are about 5 or 6 key projects that we really want to, that we're going to be coming back to you shortly. We want to give you and the community updates on. And then we can have further conversations later about some of the other details. So I'll turn it to Colleen.
Thank you, City Manager Capiola. So Mayor Harvey, members of the council, when you adopted the city's fiscal year 2019-20 budget, you included $4 million to take care of the city's infrastructure, keep our community healthy, safe, vibrant. And so this report is just an update on where we are so far in this fiscal year. And as was stated, focusing on a few key projects that are time sensitive and will be coming back to you soon. So The first key project is the Chase Street Bridge Replacement Project. When we, thank you, when we worked on the budget last year, we had thought that the funding for this project was going to be a couple years out. It's a federally funded project. We've since been told by Caltrans that they expect to be able to tell, or this by Caltrans staff, that they expect to be able to tell us around April, early April, that they will be able to provide the federal funding for this project to go to construction this year. So this is a big change for us. So you may have noticed we recently posted a request for proposals to hire a construction management firm to work with us through the construction of the project. We'll need to come back with a more detailed report for council at the next meeting to talk about moving forward with everything else we need to do to replace this 100-year-old failing bridge this summer, which will be really good, and hopefully we'll be able to celebrate that with a ribbon cutting before the end of the year, and we'll have a longer conversation about Chase Street Bridge next meeting. And then the Fire Creek Pedestrian and Bicycle Bridge Project, another federally funded bridge project. We're working through the environmental and permitting phase. Again, working towards construction in summer 2021. I know a lot of folks are looking forward to this project getting constructed.
I just realized what you were talking about, this bridge. 2 years ago, we voted the Transportation Authority on approval of that money.
Okay, and then the one that's actually done, the citywide sidewalk inspection and repair program, just got finished. Phases 8 and 9 started 10, so next year we'll be able to do 10, finish 11. We'll be through all 11 phases that were laid out, and so that's something to celebrate. We're moving forward with some city roadway safety improvement projects. Some of them, I know you've been approached by citizens about East Napa Street, East MacArthur Street, and other upgrades citywide. Also working on a grant application to do safety improvements on 5th Street West between Spain Street and the city limits. So good stuff happening there.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some kudos on the grant application. This is a 2-year cycle, so there's been a lot of conversations about 5th Street West, and the Public Works team has really jumped to be able to make this grant schedule, which will be important to be able to do kind of some broader systemic changes that were outlined in our traffic safety work.
Thank you. The annual slurry seal, remember we did bid a project in the fall, got high bids, rejected all the bids, and we're assembling a different project to bid soon in March, hopefully bringing a contract to council for award at the April 6th meeting, and moving forward to slurry seal some of the streets in town before we get into the most busy season in Sonoma, and this will include that block of Spain Street along the plaza. And then we're still working on the pavement rehab project, still planning to get that to construction in summer 2020. The key reach on that is West 7th Street between West Napa and West Spain. We're adding a pedestrian crossing of West Spain at West 7th Street, Mayor Harvey. And then another key one that we've talked about before, the Broadway Streetscape. Remember, we conducted in-person public engagement June 2019, including at the farmers market on the hottest Tuesday night of the year. Our consultants developed striping options. Now it's ready to continue that conversation. So we'll be back at council for a workshop March 2nd, laying out 3 options. Kick off that next Friday, online public engagement, and try to get that broadly out so everyone knows. Got a few weeks. Let us know what you think about these 3 options. Then come back for council action on April 6th so we can get a request into Caltrans as far as what the city would like to see on Broadway after they pave it with their paving project.
When is the striping done? When will it be done?
The striping will be done after the paving project is completed. They're planning to bid the project in June, start the construction in the fall, but the construction isn't paving. The construction is pedestrian ramps and foundations,
so like
for
2021?
Signals. And 2021 it'll be paved, and then striping after the paving. Yeah. Depot Park, First Street West, everybody's noticed that some trees came down, got that done while the bird nesting season was out of cycle, so that was good. We're still going through environmental and permits. We can't do any work in the ditch till we have all the permits in hand. We still need to do some community engagement, final design on that, and planning for construction late summer at that spot. We have a bunch of water system projects that we're working on, and we also have parks projects that we're working on, and we have buildings and facilities projects that we're working on. And would open it for any comments or questions you have.
Councilmember Harrington.
Oh, what are the, is there a place where we can look at the plaza and Depot Park enhancement? Like, what is that? What's going into it?
Yeah, so the projects right now are, so it's we've got the waste receptacles. Okay, so Erica Jacobs is helping drive this project. So the immediate projects right now are looking at waste recycling and kind of the overall placements. We can bid that. Looking at the water and finishing that, and then also looking at bikes and where to do biking and bike parking. There's also, we're trying to take we'll come back to you and talk more about this, the issue of art, and do we create some art pads for some of the art that maybe you're putting art for 5 months and maybe a picnic bench goes on it when it's not being used for art. So some ways so that we're not tearing grass up and putting grass in, and matching that grass has been difficult out there. So those are kind of really grassroots, hands-on piece. The broader issue of master planning and redoing the broader piece, that is a project we're gonna, that we're not ready to start on for a while. It'll probably be fall, looking for and working with the subcommittee to kind of go get a consultant and have a community group, and that's a bigger piece.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Bring it out for public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Colleen, we all so appreciate all the work that you and your team does. They are amazing. They keep our parks safe. They keep all of the swings attached. They make sure that everybody is good. You keep our streets paved. You build everything for us, and you keep my water drinkable, which is fantastic. And I so appreciate all the work that you guys do. Thank you so much. I'm sorry it's such a rushed thing, but don't think that means that there's any, we appreciate it so much. So thank you so much for all the work that you do and that your team does, and please send our thanks as well. Does anybody else want to make a comment?
Rushed again. Sorry, I feel like every time you're up
Yeah, I feel so bad.
Sorry.
It's terrible. We should have a special meeting where it's just Public Works Day.
Friday night?
Friday night. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, next, Mayor Harvey, do you want to read the next one, or shall I?
All right, moving on. Item 7.2, receive and file the quarterly investment report for the quarter ending in December 31st, 2019. Sue Casey, Assistant City Manager, and City Manager Kathy Cabriola.
Good evening, Mayor Harvey and council members. I'll make this short. So attached to your staff report is a copy of the city's investment policy, and this policy was adopted in 2002. And it does state in the policy that it should be reviewed and adopted by resolution on an annual basis, and also that any amendments to the policy must be approved by the city council. And in addition to the annual review, a quarterly investment report should be provided to the city council, which details all the city's funds and investments for that are held by the city. And after review, it appears that the investment policy has not been updated or readopted since it was initially adopted in 2002. And it also seems that a quarterly investment report has not been provided as required by the policy. However, the city has taken many steps to improve its financial management practices. So reinstatement of the quarterly investment report plus annual review and update of the city's investment policy will be another step forward. So the city's investment report just shows that city's cash and investment book balance, including debt reserves and unspent proceeds, was $23,785,000 at 12/31/19, and that the Valley of the Moon Fire Protection District's cash and investment book balance was $4,983,000. The City's investment portfolio book balance includes $12,891,000, which is invested in LAIF, and $214,000, which is invested in a certificate of deposit at Exchange Bank. And the Valley of the Moon's investment portfolio is $3,204,000, and all of their cash that's not needed to meet their operational needs are invested in LAIF. The current investment policy permits the city to invest up to 100% of its portfolio in LAIF and 30% in certificates of deposit. So we are following the policy, the current policy. But due to the age of the current investment policy, we're going to be contracting with an investment management firm who specializes in local government investing, who will review and update the policy so that it conforms to any changed or new governmental investment regulations. And then the updated policy will be brought back to council for review and eventually adoption later this year. And also, since the city's financial audits are close to completion, staff is also going to be conducting a detailed cash analysis. And once that's completed, we may conduct a request for proposal to provide a recommendation for an outside investment management firm who can help us develop an appropriate investment strategy, as well as manage and invest cities' excess city funds in longer-term, higher-yielding investment instruments. So what we're asking you to do tonight is just receive and file the quarterly investment report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2019. And
I have a question.
Thank you. Questions?
Oh, I guess I'm just wondering, like in my field of law, you could never have more than the FDIC insured limit in any one bank account, because if the bank failed, the fiduciaries I represent would be liable for the loss, but we have $2,982,000 at West America Bank. Is that correct?
yes.
So, why don't we care about it being way above the FDIC insured limit? What if the bank failed? I mean, that happened, right? I mean, it's not like that didn't happen in our lifetime. It did. A number of banks failed.
And so normally you don't spread your pooled cash into separate banks because it's harder to manage
Sure.
funds at different banks. And one of the things about investment or investing your cash is that you get maximum return. And so that's the other reason that we've just left it in LAIF for right now, because for most of the last number of
But
years,
isn't
it's had the
LAIF
highest yield. And at West America Bank, I've never really diversified cash into separate bank accounts. Again, it's harder to manage, especially when you're moving cash back and forth, accounts payable, because then you'd have to have separate bank accounts for accounts payable at each account, and which fund would you draw on. So I'm not really sure about that, and I'd
It's
like
like
to get back to.
normally what I do, and I mean, just, in my own experience, is like Bank of Marin has a sweep account, and they sweep out amounts over the FDIC insured limit to other banks, so you can access it whenever you want, but all of your money is FDIC insured. But I don't know anything about the strength or weaknesses of West America Bank, certainly, but I would. It's just like a really common
It's something we
thing.
could definitely look into, the sweep account. I don't know that West America doesn't have that.
Oh, okay.
They may have that, but again, getting up to speed on making sure that we were done with our audits and knowing where our cash was, and
It's not a criticism.
getting our cash balance. But I totally agree. But it's we wanted to make sure we knew what our cash balance was and what we had before.
It's just a question forward going, and I
Yeah.
was curious because it comes up in my work frequently.
Good question. We will follow that. And one thing we want to do, we debated whether to have you just bless the current policy because that hadn't been done in so long. We did have it reviewed by an outside investment advisor, and there are some pieces that need to be updated. So, which is why we decided, it's better off to have it reviewed. We can bring it back in a few months and have an updated policy. We can have the investment advisor that advises cities on these issues here in the room and talk through this and kind of have a longer conversation, because it is an important conversation. And then we can start to have that strategy of how, and then getting an advisor to start to invest some of the money we don't need for the long term and start to try to generate some better returns. Meanwhile, LAIF is a very safe location that cities keep a lot of their money in terms of cash flow purposes.
We had a a couple of members of the public, both of which are here tonight, ask about ethical investment and where the money is invested. Is it possible to get more detailed information about where the money is invested, specifically pertaining to shale oil companies, private prison organizations, bail bonds, places like that? Can we get a specific, any
Well,
amount
LAIF
of
does do
specificity?
they actually do a quarterly investment report as well, and they give the detail of all the funds, anything that they're invested in. It's quite detailed. We could bring that back, or I could supply it for, to council.
And then under our current investment policy, how much ability do we have to move those? Let's say we found that we were invested in things that were unsavory. How much ability do we have to move them out of unsavory investments and into ones we prefer?
Under the current policy, we don't really have that ability, but that is something definitely, large cities do look at ethical investing. It does take quite a bit of time to manage an ethical portfolio, but certainly when if you have an outside investment manager who has that time to actually review, because you have to keep track of, all the investments that every company does, and so it's a lot of review, and that would be something we could at least if we were to hand it over to an investment advisor, at least that part that they were managing, the rest we would probably be keeping in-house would just be in LAIF. So, but LAIF does do an extensive report of their investments, but they do not have an ethical investment policy.
Is that report publicly
Yeah.
reported at the city's website?
Yeah, I guess we could.
We can, happy to send it out to anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on.
It's on their website.
It's on their website.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
but please, when we have questions about that, let's make sure
Sure.
that gets sent. Okay, any other questions from council? Bring it out for public comment.
Okay, good evening, council. We'll start with the collateralization. So FDIC limits are $250,000, but all public funds under California law have to be collateralized 110%. So every dollar you have in there, they have $1.10 for collateral, or $1.50 if it's collateralized mortgages and so on. I can get into nauseating detail about that, but so I want to thank you for bringing forward your investment policy. I'm here tonight as a member of the Progressive Alliance, California Public Banking Alliance, and a public finance officer and a concerned citizen. As many of you are aware, there's a movement across the country to ask government agencies to adopt policies to divest public funds, our tax dollars, from Wall Street banks or for financial service companies that engage in predatory lending practices, wage theft, profit from private detention facilities, fracking, petroleum extraction, exploitation of third world countries, or indigenous people around the world, and many of these other bad behaviors that have turned finance into a tool of extraction, exploitation, and oppression. My goal, and the goal of many of these movements, is to turn finance into a tool that benefits people. In reviewing the Treasury report, I see the cities in the LAIF, Exchange Bank, and West America. These are pretty good places to park public funds in light of the divestment movement. LAIFs and Treasuries, very conservative investments, and this is demonstrated by the interest rates paid. They're all pretty low. West American Exchange, exemplary community banks. The city's also listing $7.7 million in Bank of New York Mellon. They're one of the largest investors in CCA and Geo Group. These are both private detention facility companies, complicit in the profiting of detention of migrants at the borders, as well as many of our own citizens. They also have investments in fracking, petroleum extraction, and the processing, and have been convicted of defrauding public pension funds, convicted of wage theft. Whether we like it or not, the $7.7 million, or 32% of the city's funds, represents our collective complicity in these immoral investments. Recently, the County of Sonoma and many other communities have adopted resolutions and amended their investment policies that are a step in that direction of fixing these problems. I encourage you to review these resolutions and consider language for the city of Sonoma that is in the spirit, and adopt policies that invest public funds in a manner consistent with the values of our community that includes safety, liquidity, and a rate of return that excludes private detention companies, considers community focus and climate change. Now that we have public banks set up, legalized in California, the CPVA is working with the Department of Business Oversight and the FDIC on regulations and licensing of public banks, as well as several large counties are doing business plans to set up these banks. This includes San Francisco, Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, Los Angeles. I asked the city to also consider committing to 33% of public funds, similar to what's sitting in Bank of New York, to put into these public banks when we have set up. Thank you.
Hi, Fred Allbach again, 19550 8th Street East. I still live in the same place. I would like to second Chris's comments. I really respect Chris's work in public banks, and I stand behind his work there 100%. With the city's update, I'm concerned that the city make their investments ethical and that it go along with the climate emergency resolution and the city council I'm assuming the city council will make a climate emergency resolution and the sanctuary resolution that the city made. These represent the city's values. So you can't have a sanctuary type of resolution and then be invested in Mellon Bank that's imprisoning these same guys. That just can't work. So I think that it would be very important for the appropriate investment part of the staff report here that a strong effort be made to make the investments ethical. As far as I understand it, high yielding investments are unethical. The higher yield you get, the more unethical it is. And so that's where I see that idea of fiduciary responsibility is actually immoral. So there's a place there to be ethical with your investments and not say we just need to get the most money. And so you need money for homeless people. You need money for all this stuff, but we have values, and I think it's important to stand up for the values and not be two-faced about it. And so those are my comments, and I would hope that in your exploration of the city's investment policy, that you do make a strong effort to be ethical with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albach. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Bring back the council for council comments. Councilmember Harrington.
I would like to see our consultant bring back some options for including ethical investing when you come back next time. I also appreciate Chris Petlock bringing this issue forward. I think it's great, and it was not on my radar. Thank you very much, Chris. And I would make a motion to adopt this report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Mayor Harvey?
Before I vote, I would also direct staff to bring back ethical investing to us as we go through this policy. It seems very reasonable that we could get a 2.3% return and not be invested in private prisons. So, yeah.
So, and maybe just one point of information, the funding that is with Bank of New York, this is from the redevelopment bond issue. So when you issue bonds, there is a determination, there's typically a number of the big banks that do this. So they are the holding, basically the holding company, not holding company, but they are basically holding the reserves and the excess bonds that we've not been able to yet use from the 2011 bonds. So that is, from that bond measure, that's what those funds are.
Great. Thank you. Yes. On the vote.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
All right. Moving on. We've got item 7.3. Review and accept the City of Sonoma's fiscal year 2017-2018 audited financial statements, government's letter, the rest of it. Actually, you know what? Can we swap? Can we do item 7.4 first so before you can go home? Is that okay? Okay.
I think
we'll go 7.4
I think we've had the auditor here for a couple
I
hours,
apologize.
and
Okay,
I
fair
would.
enough.
I think this happened last year.
Yes. So staff's preference, and I appreciate Ms. Ferguson can wait a little longer.
There is nothing like receiving an audit at 10 p.m. I mean,
You know what I mean?
I'm so excited.
Or
Thank
give
you. Yes. Do it.
actually
So
like to stand
we're
there
very
and
glad
watch
to be
you go
presenting
by.
the City of Sonoma's
I'm gonna do that.
17-18 audited financials, and we met with the audit committee several weeks ago, and they reviewed it, and we answered a lot of questions about the audit, and the auditor was also there with us, and they said we could bring the audit forward to the full council for acceptance. And I had a few more things to say, but I'm actually going to just turn it over to the auditor. She has a PowerPoint, and the PowerPoint should be in front of you as well. And I'm going to turn it over to Ingrid Scheiplein, the managing partner of Scheiplein and Associates, Richardson and Company.
Good evening. So this evening, I don't know if you can hear me okay. I'd like to just touch on the highlights of the report. As Sue indicated, we met in quite detail, went over the report, so I'm just going to touch real high level the reports that were issued, the audited financial statements, governance letter, and internal control letter that are all in your packet. Just a summary of the audit results, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. Pleased to report that there was a reduction in the number of adjustments needed during the audit process, and I do have another slide that goes over the numbers on that. There are still some areas that we identified for improvement, but they are in process of being corrected. Financial highlights, I'm going to go over this really fast because I know it's late and we don't want to spend a lot of time on numbers, but just overall the governmental activities of the city, which excludes water and cemetery, has basically reserves available at $1.6 million, but that's after $12.5 million pension liability. Looking at the general fund, which is typically how you look at the funds of the city, you have $4.4 million of emergency and operating reserves, $3.4 million that's unrestricted reserves available for future expenditure. Overall, the general fund's revenues exceeded expenses by $810,000, but that does include $322,000 of the Medi-Cal supplemental transport funding. And your property taxes and sales taxes were higher than what you had budgeted or expected by $419,000. Water fund also has good reserves, $1.7 million available after $1.8 million pension liability, and it had revenue exceeding expenses by $425,000. Cemetery fund does have a deficit of $843,000, but it does have a pension liability that has brought that down. And then the revenue exceeded expenses by $30,000 on the cemetery. Internal service funds, which are basically funds that are set aside for vehicle replacement building, you have $4.3 million. And revenue exceeded expenses on that fund as well. Pension liability is discussed on pages 50 to 55. Really the things that we're seeing there is that the pension liability of the city increased overall by $1.7 million, but that's mainly because of the discount rate or the rate that PERS assumes the portfolio will earn, and it went down by 0.5%, which causes the liability to increase. The required communications letter, or also known as the governance letter, we mentioned in there that in this audit we only had 13 adjustments during the audit process, and that is a significant improvement over the 50 adjustments that were made during the 16-17 audit. So definitely a much smoother audit process. We do still have a number of items in the internal control letter, but it's mainly because of the timing. As you may recall, it was only a few months ago that we were presenting the 16-17 audit. So those results were not presented or available until after the fiscal year 17-18 had ended. So it's pretty much difficult to implement those after the fact. This audit is only covering the procedures that were in place during 17-18. So many of the recommendations carried over. There's only one new comment that was added to the letter this year. I'm not going to go over them in any detail. I think I mentioned last time, there's really 3 categories of internal control deficiencies. One of them is material weakness. The material weakness that we noted last time had to do with a large number of adjustments. Really at this point, it's just improving your processes to ensure timely financial reporting. Basically, getting on track with having the audits completed within a reasonable amount of time after the end of the fiscal year.
And then there's one other item on capital asset accounting, but there were improvements in this area. The city cleaned up their asset listing significantly this year, wrote off items that were unidentifiable. The only items needing to be addressed in this area are developing a capital asset policy and physical inventory of your assets compared to what you actually have on your books. And then also the interfund loan agreement, developing an agreement to document the loan between the general fund and the water fund is still in process as well. The one item that was a significant deficiency was use of the signature stamp. And again, this is just a timing issue. That was discontinued in January of 2019. So that has been resolved as of current date. We had various other recommendations. These were the same as last year, so I won't go over those in any detail. The one new item is the PG&E loan payments. There was a loan for the LED street lighting project that was received. The payments are being made as part of the utility payments, but they were recorded in with the utility payments instead of being identified as debt repayments. So really just an accounting as far as what account those get recorded in. So with that.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I thought we had Sonoma Clean Power, but then I realized we have PG&E for gas. Is that what it is?
No, it's there was a loan.
No, I'm saying that they could be lumped in with utility payments. We use a different utility provider than PG&E.
Well,
And
it
so-
was just, it was in the category for utility payments,
Oh, okay.
the GL line, so it was a.
So it was miscategorized.
Yes.
Did me pressing that button turn all the computers off? All the monitors off? That is a powerful button. I should not have that power.
Good thing we're on the last page.
Okay.
I think that was
do I press-
actually
do I try pressing
that was
again?
actually the last slide.
Oh,
so-
okay, we're golden.
Yeah.
It's
Good
back.
timing.
There we go.
Could you take it back? Is there a section on vehicles?
Capital assets.
It's way back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
In my shy way.
Not necessarily vehicles, but the physical inventory of the capital assets. Of course, you can't really take inventory of like your water infrastructure, but
I think whatever it was had $347,000 or $437,000.
oh,
Yeah, it's back. It's back.
Was it in the
There
pack?
it is.
Oh,
yeah. So that's the internal service funds, which are include not just the vehicle replacement fund, but building maintenance fund and various other internal service funds. So that's just saying the revenue in those funds exceeded expenses by $347,000.
So is that a way to, I don't know the term, is that a way of hiding money?
No.
You know, it's somewhere in the general fund, but you
No.
don't have to say.
No, it's in actually a different fund, and what we're doing is we're setting aside funds for replacement of vehicles, computers, and then building maintenance. Yes, and it's actually in a separate fund, you could identify it, so it's.
Yeah, and what,
It's sort of holding on to funds and
you basically are pre-funding. So let's say, you're gonna have a roof, and then that roof is gonna cost you $100,000, so you're putting $10,000 away, aside for 10 years. And then all of a sudden, you have a big expense because you're gonna spend that $100,000. But for a period of time, you're just accumulating and then you spend. So that's the way the system works. So, and these are, so it's, sometimes you are putting more money into the funds, and then sometimes you're doing a big purchase and you're spending them.
you don't buy fire engines and things like that.
We do, we have, yeah, so it's that kind of, you're putting big dollars aside, yes, we're refund, we have one fire, I think we are in charge of one engine, and we've got all the ambulances.
when is when is the next audit coming before us?
1819 audit, we plan to have it before the end of June, so we'll be bringing it to the audit committee and the city council by June 2020, so that we can be on track for the, just right on time for the next year. We'll be closing the books on time and hopefully bringing the audit to you in November or December.
Oh, great, because I wanted to know, which I don't need to go through at this moment, I wanted to know which of these deficiencies still exist, but if we're gonna have the most current audit, that would be a statement of our.
Right, and then I addressed many of the items in our response, talking about what we've done to, to improve or, correct the deficiencies. And, as we go forward, 18-19 will hopefully be clean, if not, most of the way clean, so that you can see the progress that's been made. So,
great, thank you, Sue.
Any other council member questions?
Sure, well, the audit that I sat in last year was, they read the things, and most of that red has disappeared. So I think as it evolves through correcting these things, those things are disappearing as you're getting the numbers. And I know there are a few issues that still carry over, but it certainly isn't what it used to be. So thank you.
Great. Other questions by council members? Bring it out for public comment. Members of the public would like to comment on the audit. Seeing none, bring it back to council for comments.
Motion to approve and accept the audit, is that the right?
Second.
I appreciate all the work that's been done. Clearly, we're moving many steps in the right direction. A lot of hard work has gone into this. I appreciate your work, Sue, your work, Kathy, and your work as well as an auditor. I'm sure you're helping quite a bit. And I apologize. I forget your name, too. I know you do. Okay.
Jenna Burrows, our Deputy Finance Director.
Jenna Burrows, our Deputy Finance Director, who's been killing it. And we are getting closer and closer to a very well done and perfectly clean audit. So we're looking forward to that. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
All right. Item 7.4, receive and discuss updated straight pavement condition index report.
So we'll pull up that PowerPoint, have the city clerk do that, and Public Works Director Ferguson will give you an update. I think this can be done briefly, and frankly, it's a good news item to end on.
Councilmember Cook would like to know if you could go as slow as possible through this item.
Very proud of this one.
It's all about the streets.
Mayor Harvey, members of the council.
A little bit slower.
I'm proud of this one too. And we're really just presenting two reports that recently came out. The main one is about the city streets and the pavement condition of the city streets and what we can do about that. That's the MTC PTAP Round 20 report. And then the pothole report came out fairly recently as well. The pothole report is from 2017 data, so the numbers are a little different. But we'll mention both of those. So moving on. So the reports talk about a pavement condition index, goes from 0 for very, very poor to 100 new. City has 34 centerline miles of paved roadways. It's a huge investment for the city. It's how everybody gets around, whether on their bike or on the bus or driving a vehicle or getting their Amazon order delivered. The roads are really important for the community, and they're an important asset, and it's important to preserve the roads. It's more economical. It's late to preserve them than to rebuild them after they fail. So the report that we recently received showed that last time they looked at the streets in 2017, the pavement condition index here was 74. When they looked in 2019, it went down to 72. So dropped a couple points. Both the 72 and the 74 are considered good. As you can see in this pavement life cycle, 72, 74 right there in between good and very good, getting pretty close to that drop off in the curve where the pavement condition goes down really fast and the cost to restore the pavement goes up really high.
It's called the Sonoma County Zone.
We're gonna get there. And here, this shows the city streets overall. It shows that 88% of our streets are in the excellent, very good, and good category. Just 12% in the poor and very poor category. So that is something to be proud of. The consultant that was hired through MTC to look at the city streets and make recommendations is named Fugro. They recommended to keep our current PCI, not to increase it, but just to keep it current. This is what they recommend us budgeting for pavement maintenance for over the next 5 years. And then if you're wondering how Sonoma compares to the other cities in Sonoma County, that data is from the pothole report, which is based on 2017 data, so that's why it shows 74 here for Sonoma instead of the 72. But you see we're there with Roanoke Park and Windsor in the good category, Healdsburg, Santa Rosa Fair, Cloverdale, Sebastopol, Cotati, at risk, and Sonoma County and Petaluma, as we all know, poor. So that's where we are, and that's the quick report on the streets of Sonoma.
Just one thing, I think, as we start looking at, no, back to the dollar slide.
Oh, that
So,
one, sorry.
This is really important to understand what we're shooting for and where we should be. Council needs to understand, and community needs to understand, this will be difficult, if not impossible, for us to do with current revenue sources. So this is an area that as we look at our infrastructure, we're gonna have to really think through, how do we bring some additional revenues, or what do we do? And no one wants our street condition to go down, and super proud of where it is, but as we kind of look at a 5-year forecast and we start to do some of that long-term financial planning, this is a really important piece. We need to look at this, we need to look at storm drains, we need to look at parks, what should we be investing in our infrastructure? The loss of redevelopment in 2011, as council knows, that really was how the city used a lot of infrastructure dollars. So that pot of money is gone, and this is harder for us to maintain going forward. So these are some big conversations we'll have over the next few years.
What about the state funds? What's the SB1?
Yep, you probably know the amount off top.
SB1 is a great funding source. We've been using it to slurry seal our streets. So it's a couple $100,000 a year. The slurry seal is a really cost-effective way to keep our PCI up. Some people look at the poor and very poor streets and say, why aren't you fixing those? But the recommendations from all the analysis of the streets is the best thing to do is to keep the good streets good.
But of the year 1 through 5 proposed investment, which portion of that is our funds and which portion would be SB1 funds? Or is it not really? Am I missing it?
Well, no. There's SB1 funds. There's gas taxes. There's Measure M funds, and there's a required maintenance of effort of general funds going into the transportation system to keep that maintenance of effort, so we can keep getting the Measure M funds, and all that goes into maintaining the pavements. And then there's things like we'll come and talk about the Chase Street Bridge project. So it's a bridge replacement project that needs local investment, but it's not going into the pavement really.
Just of the 500 grand, for example, in year 1, how much of that is general fund dollars?
We'll talk about that when we bring forward the capital improvement program for the next 5 years, and this will be noted in there.
It's a little more complicated than I think we can answer right now, because this is one piece of street maintenance. There's other pieces of street maintenance that aren't kind of shown within these dollars. And there are these multiple funding sources. So this is something we would want to unpack in a little more. It's a good question. It's a really good question. I don't think we can do it for you clearly tonight.
And so much of this is funded by grants that you don't know if you're going to receive funding for and all the rest of it. And then Measure M, we are looking at SETA. We're going to likely be doubling the amount of funding for pothole and roads. So that'll provide that, but that's countywide. How much of that comes to Sonoma is all a big question. So, yeah.
Just so, we're not on the hook for 3.85 million ourselves.
No.
But yeah, this is all the money going into the pavement. Yeah. It's not just city general funds at all.
Yeah, that was actually my.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's fine. Great. What is the action on this?
Accept the report.
Listen, ask questions. That's it.
Great. This looks great. Thank you.
We'll do a little e-news item and some updates. There's a few some good data points here to celebrate in terms of the investments the city has been able to make.
All right.
Just a public item, I do want to get out to through our web and all that media presences. We have a new crack sealer, thanks to council approving that in the budget, and it just arrived, and
crack
our staff
dealer?
is out using the crack sealer to maintain our pavements.
We
It's
got a new
great.
one.
New crack dealer?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you met Larry?
It's a
We're really
crack.
proud of it.
It's a crack sealer.
Natalie, we
So-
got to raise $3.8 million. Okay, we got to get creative with solutions. I don't know about ethical investing, but figure this all out. Great. Do we have to bring this out for public comment?
Yeah.
All right, bring this out for public comment. Seeing none, bring it back. Thank you so much, always, for your work in this. Glad to be on the road again, and glad to be only behind Windsor, although I don't want to see Dominic and hear about this.
20 years old.
Huh?
They're just a 20-year-old.
That's right, brand new
That's right,
city,
they're
yeah.
brand new city, okay? So, that's a good call. That's a good call. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll close this council meeting. Well, we can't do that. We gotta do more stuff. All right, thanks. What are we doing now? On
Committees.
to council member reports.
I have one quick, the Zero Waste, they're applying for a grant for the pilot program. They'll come back to the city. It's actually, they choose 5 cities to do a test of recycling of CRV bottles and cans. And it involves, you have a little credit, not a credit card, but you give an ID number and you bring a bag. They give you a bag with the ID numbers in. You just leave it at the site and it's all taken away.
Oh.
And then they bring it somewhere to some recycling place, the bottles and cans. You get the money automatically. It's like a little debit card.
Oh, neat.
That's cool.
So hopefully Sonoma's on the radar for this grant, so they're going to write that grant. I went to the Library Advisory Committee, and they're looking at putting little, like, privacy pods for people within the library, so they can do tutoring and not be disturbed or disturbing
that's great.
others.
That's cool. When are we doing Celebrate Sonoma for Claire?
March 2nd. That's next. That's gonna be great. SCTA, we're looking at Measure M funding. Because a big chunk, 40% of that funding was for Highway 101, and then 5% was for SMART. We have about 45% of that fund to play around with, looking at doubling the amount for roads and potholes, but potentially tripling the amount for transportation, and about tripling the amount for bike. It's a very interesting conversation, and if you have any questions, reach out to me. Happy to talk about it. Yeah.
Just Mayor Harvey, is there a time that the SCTA will taking a formal action in terms of the actual final items? Is there a time that you want to come back to council with more detail, or?
No, we could. Right now we're just we had the initial discussion the first time it came out of ad hoc and brought to the main group. I could find out when we're doing the next official actions, probably next month, if not the month after, because they want to do a lot of public outreach on it. But I think it would be good to get a report and get kind of broader consensus. I'd love to get an endorsement for that, because I think it's a super, super crucial bill for our county. It's really important, and this bill I think is a really, really good one. When it's going to be done, I think it's going to be extremely high quality. So I'll be asking for that eventually. Thanks. Anything else? Oh, city attorney.
Nothing to report.
Great. City manager. All right.
Thank you.
Closing the meeting.